Hello, everybody, and welcome to yet another Officer Club Championship. My name is Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson, also known as Olikrummi, and I will be your host today. As always, I am joined by awesome player experts, and the panel today is, higher quality than many times before. Well, you know these guys, you've seen them before. It is Darkness and Bubbles. How are you guys doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you, Ollie, for having me here today.
Yeah, I'm doing really, really well. Thank you for having me as well. How are you, Ollie?
I'm doing great. I'm especially happy now that your bird has stopped screaming, as he was just before we went live.
You know, he was doing it for the full 5 minutes countdown, and I thought to myself, this is going to be the first time he's not stopped. And then the moment you started talking, I think he might have been able to hear you through the headphones, because the moment he heard your voice, he just went silent. He knows.
What's your bird's name again?
His name is Grace. I know it's a traditional female's name, but when I got him, he was called Grace, and it feels too weird to rename a bird, so I just left him as Grace.
All right. Well, we hope Grace will be well behaved, and I give my best to Grace. I know that from me and all of chat, we love Grace.
You hear that, Grace? Well behaved.
Absolutely. Well, we have action-packed day in front of us. An Officer Club Championship. We have, I believe, one new name in the top 8 here that we haven't seen before, but a ton of veterans. So I'll bring up the brackets and let's go through it together here. At the very top, we're going to be starting off with J King 7 versus Spoos, then Trues against Tiger, then Berto Burrito against Hoie, and then James Jim Raynor against Cappuccino. What matches are you guys looking forward to here, and why?
Personally, I'm really looking forward to this first match of J King versus Spoos. Obviously, Spoos, I've been practicing with a lot because he's in Radiant Gaming as well, and we've been sort of prepping him a lot. So I'm really excited to see if he's able to sort of put any of the theory we had into practice, or if J King's sort of experience and raw skill at the game is just too much to overcome.
There are a few matches I'm looking forward to see. Of course, J King as my teammate. He's bringing a very interesting Brit deck. I want to see that in action. Truth is the only one with not bringing two, or at least two, aggro and artillery decks. So I'm happy to see something different from Arty and aggro with Truth. And the new one, Cappuccino. I want to get to know him, to see his style, his play style.
Yeah, Cappuccino, he was playing in the top 16 of the China Open #2 earlier today, so a big tournament day for him here. I believe he made it on into the top 8. So a new player that's kind of busting out into the scene and posting results in multiple tournaments basically on the same day. So really excited to see what comes out of him. Let's talk a little bit about the decks that we're seeing here today. We have a high-level overview of the nations. We don't really go fully into the decks here in the OCC, but what nations are these guys bringing? And I mean, I'm looking at it right now, and this feels really dominated by Soviet and USA.
Definitely. The most nation is Soviet with 15 times main and second nation. Everybody is bringing artillery deck with Soviet US. And a lot of people are bringing aggressive decks with Soviet, the counter-offensive decks. There are 6 decks with that, with either Japan main nation or US main nation.
Yeah, and what's interesting to me is that we see no Italy and no France this time around. And we've seen kind of both of these make appearances in the past few tournaments, but they seem to have fallen out of favor, I guess.
I think.
Yeah.
Go on, Darkness.
I think the matter is very stabilized at the moment, dominated by artillery and aggro with powerful combinations. For example, counteroffensive. We do see one Bolster the Ranks deck here too. And sure, it's kind of balanced, but a little bit boring at the moment. So I'm happy to see the next balance patch very soon, I believe. It's not announced yet, but we will see some changes here.
Yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome to yet another Officer Club. Yeah. I had the stream going. I had the stream going in the background. Then all of a sudden, I heard my voice welcoming myself to the stream. So, but that's gone now.
Good. I'm usually muting myself and talking for 3 minutes or 5 minutes, and nobody's hearing me.
All right, hey, we got a regards here from Facebook chat to you, Bubbles, from China.
From China?
Yeah, they say that you were talked about quite a bit in China, and they think you are really impressive. So, cheers from China to Bubbles.
Oh yeah, this is news to me. Got a Chinese fan base going on.
Yeah. By all means, it looks like it.
Hello to China, thank you.
All right, well, first up, guys, we're going to be having Spoos taking on J King. I don't really think that there's a whole lot more for us to do here than just to start going into the game. So I'm going to start giving the guys the green light. Before we do that, however, why don't you talk us through, who do you think is going to take this one without going too much into the details of the decks? What decks do you think they're going to bring it in what order?
Do you want to go first, Darkness? And then I'll go second?
I don't know. Well, I'm cheering for J King here, for my teammate. Well, mostly because he's my teammate, but second mostly because he's bringing a Brit deck, a Brit kind of control deck here. I want to see that. But maybe they both are starting with the meta deck, with artillery. It would be fun to see the mirror matchup between both players, between two top guys. But I don't really know how to analyze a matchup without going deeply into deck lists. I will pass this to you, Innocent.
So I'm gonna do the flip side, and I'm gonna cheer for Spoos once again because he's my teammate. We've got a bit of a battle of the teams going on here, which is always really, really exciting to see.
Yeah.
I think the Soviet mirror matchup sort of comes down to skill, sort of comes down to the mulligan. I think whoever gets the best mulligan has a really good chance of winning. Without using Zisses and Kyushas, you can struggle to crawl back into the game. But I think when it comes to skill, as much as I love Spoos, I think J King has a little bit more experience and skill when it does come to the artillery deck. So if we do see a mirror, I think if I was betting on it, I'd bet on J King, but obviously I'm cheering for Spoos.
Well, it's not going to be the mirror. It's going to be Moscow facing against Cherbourg. It's going to be Soviet against the US of A. So J King playing the Soviets here against Spoos bringing the US main nation. Guys, take it away.
Yeah.
J King starting second here is very good for him. He's holding one supply chain. He's having two lesser of two evils. I think that was a little mistake. He should have switched one of these away. But Spoos on the other side stacking first with an impressive strong start with these, what is the name again of this one? 2-1 infantry.
No one remembers, so we call them chocolate boys as they are eating chocolate in the picture. Just
30 seconds.
30 seconds, there you go. To just touch on this matchup a little bit, the deck Spoos is running is he brought this to try and beat Artie as well. He's not running any Greyhounds and he's not running any half tracks because these fall victim to this anti-tank gun that's in J King's hand. Instead, he's got a lot more infantry and sort of bigger tanks that don't care so much about the ambush.
As you can see here, Spoos is very well prepared against beating artillery with Flam Panzers to kill the Greyhound or the anti-aircraft gun. He's having patrol, very good against any artillery, but very strong against the Chaika too, as patrol is getting rid of the destruction effect.
Absolutely,
So,
it just completely removes the second 3-2 fighter that gets replaced. Now, I imagine J King's. Spoos is just trying to decide: do I want to patrol that artillery, or do I want to move up and bounce it to the hand? Obviously, it doesn't have blitz, so if he does bounce it, it won't be able to attack next turn, and J King will have to redeploy it, spending most of his credits doing so.
he could play the Flam Panzer too, but this Flam Panzer will not survive the anti-tank gun. So he just chooses to patrol the artillery and blocking the front line. But J-King is finding a second anti-tank gun and getting the trade here. This is important for him because now Flam Panzer on a 1-1 target is not that valuable anymore after he got the trade here. But as you mentioned, he still has the 99th Infantry Regiment and he's using this right now to get rid of this anti-tank gun and control the front line with 2 units.
So now we know that that Spoos doesn't have Sherman, but from Jaking's point of view, he's got to be thinking about Sherman here. Spoos is on over 4 credits ago, and he's got 2 US units in the front line. I almost feel like he's forced to play the Kyusha and use the Greyhound to double trade into these. But even if you do that, Spoos can just move up these 99th and play a Sherman. So I think Jaking's going to be worried about that, and we may see it affect how he plays. But obviously, we have the top-down view, and we know that Spoos doesn't actually have one.
Yeah, he doesn't have a Sherman to get more tempo advantage in card war, but he does have the 101st Airborne in his hand, a very powerful infantry unit for 5 credits, 4/3 stats with ambush, and the deployment effect deal 2 damage to a target in the backline. This is very valuable here, and especially in this matchup on curve, because no matter what artillery J-King is playing, he as Boost is able to kill it.
See, Jaking has a lot of draw potential in hand, but I think if Spoos finds enough frontline value and gets himself established properly in the game, Jaking's going to really struggle no matter how much draw he gets because he's going to need things that have blitz, sort of like your Zis and your Kyusha. And other than that, most of the units he deploys will probably die the moment he gets them on the board.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good for J-King because he's already behind and Spoos is controlling the front line and having the bigger board presence. But J-King has 2 supply chains in hand and a war production, meaning he's able to play this next turn to get a great tempo advantage with 2 extra credits and card war for free, while he's reducing the supply chain cost to 0 credits.
I think it's safe to say we're going to see him play War Production with the Lesser of Two Evils in hand. I don't think we'll see him go for that, as he'd end up just overdrawing anyway. I imagine he'll drop the Kyusha and then play the Patriotic and then go for the War Production afterwards so that he doesn't discard the Patriotic Firestorm.
It could be worth it holding this war production for another turn to just trade into the front line, clearing the front line, of course, and playing another artillery. But looks like you're right. J-King currently considering playing Patriotic Firestorm and the war production without using the second lesser of two evil.
I think he's
So he
hoping
does.
to find some more solutions. Cuban Cossacks is a very strong card here. The fact that he can
Yeah,
deploy and blitz it and have it survive one of these 2-1s is really quite nice.
it is. It is.
Seeing him favour the Greyhound trade. As the
Yeah,
credits remaining, let him put down an anti-tank gun.
he hold 2 supply chains. He could have get 1 or 2 more card war here, but playing with war production, you really want to have at least 1, better 2 or 3 supply chains to be able to get like an infinite card war. You really want to fill up your hand again with these supply chains. So he's holding 2 for now because he has quite some options, definitely.
Now, a few different avenues Spoos can take. He can put down the Panther G and trade, but obviously there's an anti-tank gun on the board, and he's probably going to be worried about it just getting removed. He does have the option, though, of top decking a bolster. However, it's very risky at best. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him put down one of these Panzer Grenadiers just to get another infantry down on the board and sort of give himself some presence.
Yeah, I really wonder what's the best play here. He's just dropping
Just going wide.
units. I
But these
wonder if
10th
you would be able.
engineers in Jaking's hand. You've got the Cuban Cossacks, which can trade into the guy in the front line, and then you also have the 10th engineers, which means your anti-tank gun can one-shot the guy in the front line. Those 99th infantry are not surviving this turn.
Yes,
Jaking
they
just
are not. The Cuban
thinking.
Cossacks are an amazing elite card, one of the best Soviet elites right here. And although Spoos played a lot of units to avoid the damage of this anti-tank gun, maybe the Penta-G was better because J-King doesn't has a UR to buff up the anti-tank gun. Also, with the 10th Engineers Battalion and the Greyhound, there are multiple ways to deal with that. Very tough situation for Spoos in this turn 6.
I think Spoos really needs to either find a Sherman or strategic bombing. He needs to find a way to sort of claw himself some extra value back into the game, because right now he's just getting left behind. So whether that comes from the form of taking the front line with a US unit and drawing, or just clearing J-King's back line and sort of resetting J-King's advantage that he's managed to give himself here with this sort of Cuban Cossacks and card draw.
Yes, but J-King prevented as good as he can this possible Sherman play from Spoos. We know he doesn't have a Sherman, but J-King played the Greyhound into the front line not only to buff his artillery, but to prevent Spoos' chocolate infantry, the 32nd Infantry Regiment, to move to the front and allow Spoos to use a Sherman.
I think we have to see those combat engineers come down, because if those combat engineers don't come down, you have no US unit to move up to the front line if you do top deck that Sherman.
Yes, that's right. And it's very hard for J-King to clear these combat engineers, because usually you are
Ooh,
not
and the
running
war
any
production
triples.
though. Oh, that's going to be a lot of card draw and a lot of credits. It's going to allow J-King to do a lot of work this game. He has the Zis in hand. He has the 10th Engineers and
He
another
found
war
another war
production.
production.
Oh my lord! As you can see on Spoos' face, this is not what Spoos wants to be seeing.
The card war is real.
Oh my lord. He has 10 credits still.
J-King starting to trade here.
I'd imagine we'll probably see the Zis come down.
Yeah, definitely this is. Maybe he's even moving one anti-tank gun to the front with the ambush pincer effect, with the ambush blitz effect.
I'd certainly like to see him move something to the front line to sort of slow down. There you go, so that Spoos can't get a Sherman off, even if he draws it. Now, you can Panzer Grenadier Fury and clear the front line, but even if you do, what do you do with that?
He found a sudden strike. Well, Spoos is very well prepared against artillery, but you can't beat this impressive war production draw.
It's just so much draw. It's so difficult to play against, because no matter what you do about what's on the board, if these are lurking your opponent's hand, they're just going to completely refill. And you can't even discard to try and counter it, because if you discard their supply chain, they're just going to get more, and you're going to do the combo for them.
Yes, that's true. J-King's combo here, he used the first war production to get +2 credits and +2 cards for 0 credits cost. The second one, the last turn, gave him additionally 3 card war for free and additionally 2 credits. This combination was just incredibly strong, allowing J-King to choose between a lot of options and easily clearing the board here, playing the Yak-7 on top. This will give him additionally card draw next turn.
Oh, but look at this damage that's going to come up from J-King this turn. He has the Euro. He has a lot of things down on the board.
It's so much damage.
That Jasko might buy him a little bit of time, but even if it does, I don't know what it's going to buy him time for. He has to top deck the strategic bombing. If he doesn't, he's in a world of pain.
Even if he's top decking strategic bombing or Sherman, it's not enough.
And bolster on the Jasko. Well, it's a beautiful combo, and I love to see it, but it's just too little too late. I think it's just you sort of played your turns, you've done your best. But I think at this point, it's very clear that this is J-King's game, and that he can play this a million different ways and come out on top. He can trade, he can go face. It's completely up to him what he does. We may see him trade. I think we may see him trade. He can trade away those 10th if he wants to, because he does have a replacement. But
yeah, it's just too dangerous for him to let this Jasko live.
Yeah.
and allow Spoos to get Sherman into strategic bombing, something like that.
And
But
now, even
by
if Spoos did find a way to draw some cards, there's a KV on board.
yeah,
It's no coming back.
at this point it's over. GG. J King won the first game. And there's a clap from Spoos. That is sportsmanship.
Congratulations, J King, on the victory in game number 1. J King currently leading the series, and man, it was a pretty intense turn where he got 2 of those war productions and drew about 40 cards while still somehow gaining credits.
It's a ridiculously strong combo, and when you pull it off and when it works, it's near unbeatable. One of the few things that can beat it is a KV on your opponent's board, because obviously that will rip you apart as you draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. But here we are seeing the power of the meta deck right now. Even if Spoos had a lot of anti-artillery tools with Patrol, with Sudden Strike, with Flam Panzer, it was not enough against this huge tempo and card war gain from these war production supply chain combo.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a situation where I think Spooz's deck does significantly better against this deck here from J King. But I mean, I would have also have expected to see more kind of teched decks to deal specifically with Artie and aggressive play coming into the tournament, right? But it seems like most people just said, you know what, I'm going to bring the aggressive decks, right? Like, I'm not going to be the guy that techs against this. I'm going to be the guy that brings this. So what we kind of have here is just a ton of Artie decks. And, I'm really looking forward to seeing what J King brings into this next deck, into this next match, possibly knowing that he's going to be facing that type of deck from Spoos.
I almost feel like no matter what you bring, though, it's scary. Just because we've seen how scary this artillery deck is, even when you do deck against it, you sort of have to be like Germany, Brit, AoE, where you have just a million different sources of board clear if you want to beat it. I think the Brit US sort of ramp control can beat it if you get the cards you're looking for, but I think it's just a scary matchup no matter what you play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that. Well, it is time for us to find out how game number 2 is going to go. Spoos versus J King. J King currently leads 1-0. Let's see who takes game number 2 here. It is going to be Japan versus Japan mirror matchup here, and Spoos does not look happy with getting the mirror matchup here, and possibly his mulligan.
I'm assuming it's his mulligan he's looking
Yeah.
at, and that he's sort of thinking to himself, "Oh, what a mulligan!
Oh my
no!
god!
Turn 1 Rising Sun, and both, well, 2 out of 3 of these Alpine Soviet guys, it's not Spoos his lucky day.
Wow. That might be the worst mulligan I have ever seen.
That's horrible.
It's
I'm
not.
lost for words. That's such a bad mulligan. I mean, it's
Well,
not unwinnable. It's still possible for him to come back into this and win this. He has some units. He can do some things with it. But it's so horrible. And you sort of have this difficulty with this Raiding Brigade. Do I target the Jasko and potentially save myself more damage? Or do I target something that's on the board in my face and just deal with it right now?
but to be honest, Spoos has definitely some ways to deal with it. He last turn he drew the second Raiding Brigade. He's able to get rid of the first Signal Regiment to prevent this chipping damage, and with the 0 operation cost Yamato Regiment, I believe,
Yamagata.
Yamagata Regiment, he's able to clear the front line and hold for the moment.
We might see him clear the bicycle with the raiding and move up, but obviously with the Akita in hand, I think that would fall short, and he'd be better off targeting the signal and then trading. But we'll see what Spoos ends up doing. He does have the potential for a counteroffensive in a couple turns from now, especially if he leaves his guy on 1 health from trading. And he goes for the signal and then goes for the trade. Prevents himself taking any more chip damage like you were talking about.
Yeah, definitely a wise decision here, Jaking now has the option to play Desperate Measures to clear Spoo's board,
It's lurking, it's ready, it's just waiting for the opportune moment for it to
but
just...
it's not good. It's not good because Jaking started second and is already 1 credit behind. He doesn't want to use Desperate Measures that early on. So he chooses between playing Eredo, drawing 1 order, and just dropping Akita Regiment.
I think you
And
drop a mountain here. If you're Spoos, I think you drop a mountain and trade away the Yamagata into the Akita. But I think if you've got 2 mountain in hand, you have to play them and you have to use them. Otherwise, Spoos' hand size is essentially 2 cards smaller if he's just never going to use these. I think you have to drop it and then you have to trade. And at least then you have this huge 5-5. You push this into the front line. You have a huge unit in the front line, and then you buff it again with the counteroffensive. The only way out for Jaking from that situation really is to get a Sendai. He goes for
well,
Yamagata.
Spoo's chooses a different situation.
Ooh, and he
Yamagata
gets the
to
Rising Sun draw.
Yes,
Finds himself...
I didn't want to
Yusuka.
interrupt you, but I would have played this exactly like Spoos and holding these 5-5 regiments for now, because fighting for the front line is important and is a very big thing in the Japanese mirror matchup. You want to be the one attacking into the headquarter and forcing your opponent to trade into your units. That's a main thing in this aggression matchup. Because now Jaking had to use his second Akita regiment to clear the front line. Unlucky for him, he wasn't able to clear the whole board, but he brought Spoos down to 14 HP. And he's looking maybe a little bit better right now if you're looking at the board, but he's getting low on cards.
So
Spoos
it's worth noting in Jaking's deck, he doesn't run any Rising Suns. His only real draw engine is the Enigma, which requires Spoos to have a big hand. So if Spoos empties his hand, there's not much draw in Jaking's deck, and he may fall short in the late game. But obviously, like you say, there's a lot of burn in his hand, and it could just kill Spoos before he can do anything.
Spoos chooses here to draw more cards.
But this Desperate Measures and this Bombing Raid, there's so many ways for Jaking to deal with this.
Well, Spoos played very well here. What's the elite name?
Yokosuka?
Yokosuka, yes. He played the Yokosuka in the middle, not in the middle, on the side. So bombing raid is not killing the entire board, forcing Jaking here to use Desperate Measures and sacrificing 1 of his credit slots.
But everything Spoos can do here is going to be so slow. There's no real fast move for him, and we know that there's sort of this Panzer 35T that's 2 guaranteed damage. There's Air Blitz and Bombing Raid that's another 6 bonus damage, and then there's the Mito. That's 8 damage right now in Jaking's hand, and Spoos is on 10 health. It kind of feels like no matter what you do here, you're in a lot of trouble. And if this Arado just hits twice, or if Jaking top decks 1 more piece of burn, you're dead for speed, and there's nothing you can do about it. Costly Victory would be such a good card in so many matchups, finding you your mountain rifles, but Spoos has 2 of them in hand. It's useless.
Jaking here is able to drop the meter range, playing the Panzer 35T without operation cost, hitting for 2, and dropping an Panzerbefehlswagen into the front line by entering it.
Spoos needs to top deck a Desperate Measures. I think he's in a desperate place and he needs some Desperate Measures to get him out of them. I think that's one of his few outs this game, to completely just clear the board and push up and take out that Arado as well. And then maybe he might just better buy himself enough time to get a huge counter-offensive combo off, but he can't even get away with Winter Warfares or Bloody Sickles because he will just get himself into lethal range for Jaking. Oh, is he going to pass on the 2 damage? He is going to pass on the 2 damage and instead secure himself the front line with someone with 3 defense instead of 2, meaning that 34th can't trade into it quite so freely. 2 counteroffensives in his hand now. Spoos really needs to start to use one of these. I'd almost like to see him double trade with the Shiden and move up, but it's such an uncomfortable position here for Spoos. And it almost feels like no matter what you do, you're in a world of pain here.
This would have been good. Whereas in one additional credit to attack one-time machine, buff the
Yeah.
34th Infantry Regiment, and trade again, move up to the front, but only having and 2-2 in the front line is maybe not worthing when you're sacrificing your Schieden. But he definitely needs to find a way here. So I assume he's buffing his infantry in the back line and trading Zen.
Oh, but this sets Jaking up for lethal. It means Jaking. If
No,
Jaking
he's
if Jaking hits once with the Arado, he has lethal in hand. He doesn't have it this
in
turn,
hand.
but Spoos runs
Yes.
0 heal in the deck. There's very few ways that Spoos can come back from this. I think, Spoos' best bet here is that Jaking's game crashes, which isn't a very good way of winning games.
And it's very unlikely. J. King played already a lot of games, a lot of tournament games, and I think he didn't lost a single one to disconnect.
Although,
Spoos
does
is
that make it more likely? Would you a disconnect? And there you go. J. King 2-0 against Spoos. His experience, his sort of skill. He is the favoured one in the matchup, I think, and I think he proved that today, where he sort of said, "Look, I am here for a reason. You've got to respect me. I know what I'm doing, and if you give me an inch, I will take a mile."
Yeah, absolutely. Extremely well played there by J King. But I mean, we can't. There's no way around it. We have to talk about that mulligan from Spoos, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, at that point, the entire concept of that deck is gone, right? Like, 66% of the potential of discarding one of these units and flooding the board early, gaining ground, gaining the presence that you can then snowball to a victory. That's the point of that deck, right? But he's got 2 of them in hand. Is there any way for him to get back into the game from that? Did you guys see opportunities for him that he maybe didn't take? You know, you talked about it, Bubbles, playing the mountain rifles a little bit earlier. What could he have done differently?
I certainly would have.
Oh, you got muted.
Just muted himself. Well,
Hello?
Yeah.
yes, there.
Is it good now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that was very weird. Nothing changed on my computer. I was just muted and then I wasn't muted. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I would have played it a little bit differently to Spoos personally, but I know Darkness said he would have played it the same way. So I almost feel like no matter what you did and whose avenue you took, you were still. It was just a different road to defeat. It was going to take this road or that road. It goes to the same location. It's not going to change where you end up. It's just how you get there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this was just a very, very unlucky start for Spoos. Turn 3, I saw possibilities for him to come back, but he didn't draw the right cards, and J. King didn't make mistakes. So this game was in clear defeat, just with the mulligan being very unlucky for Spoos here.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's not a whole lot more to talk about here, really. But what I am going to announce here, if you are watching us on either Steam, YouTube, or Facebook, if you want to come on over to Twitch, get on into the Twitch chat. We're going to be doing a couple of giveaways for some table props in between series here. So while we get set up for the next series, we're going to be having you guys spam some new stuff in chat. I just need to set up our break screen here so we have that all sorted out, and then we're good to go. Talking about table props, guys, what is your favorite table prop in the game?
Oh, I think it has to be that commando knife. Playing as the Brits and having that knife on the side, it's so good. I do like the really chunky grenade that the Japanese get, the really, really big one where it feels like, I'm not going to kill you with the explosion, I'm just going to chuck it at your head and that will kill you. But I think for me, it has to be the commando knife for the Brits. Darkness?
In general, I do like the knives more than any other weapons. I'm like a knife or a sword guy. And the commando knife is very, very nice, and I love playing with this. but all other knives are very nice too. And I think my personally favorite knife is the Tanto, the Japanese Tanto, with this like original, with this historical looking. It's very cool.
Did you watch the YouTube video on
I
that?
watched the YouTube video. It was amazing.
It really is. It's such
I
a good video.
I learned so much from that YouTube video. Like this like actually surprised me. I learned a lot of stuff watching that video. I think it's awesome. If you guys haven't checked that out, that works on YouTube. They made the table prop Tanto in cards, brought that to life in the real world, and had some really interesting lessons on the philosophy of the Tanto blade and sword making in Japan. Super cool. But if you guys want to have a chance of winning, we'll make it either the Tanto blade or the Commando knife. We'll let whoever wins choose that. Then type "give me stuff" in a single word in chat. Just give me stuff. I'll post it. Myself as well. And
Ollie, I think that's most of our messaging history of you is just us typing that as one word. Give me stuff.
yes.
For you, just over and over again.
So give me stuff to enter giveaway. Because we're in a 5-minute delay, I'm gonna put that into chat as well. All right, guys, we are gonna go to a quick break, but when we come back, we're gonna have Comtrues facing off against Tiger. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. My name is Oliver Rapstenosson. I am your host, joined here with Bubbles and Darkness, and we're about to draw from our little giveaway here. People have been spamming give me stuff quite a bit. We have some eligible users, so I'm just gonna roll it. And whoever wins, I'll message them on Twitch. They'll send me their in-game name, and I'll add that table prop to their account.
There's two different variants. Some people are doing it with the exclamation point, some without. Does that matter?
I think it might matter actually.
So which one are we meant to be typing? Because some people have done it with and some people have done it without, and there might be a bit of confusion.
So it should be without.
Okay. So don't use the exclamation points.
What I'll do is I'll make the people eligible that I've seen do the other version with the exclamation point. I'll make them eligible for this giveaway. All right, I'm gonna roll this one. We'll do another one after the next series of matches. So, alrighty, congratulations, X Art.
Ollie, you got to get a big wheel. You have to get like one of those big like Wheel of Fortune wheels that you can just spin, and we can see everyone in Twitch's chat name come past, and then it stops on someone.
That would be so good. That would be so good.
Yes, this would be cool.
All right, guys. Well, we're gonna give the players the green light to go into the game. We are unfortunately struggling getting the signal out of China. Unfortunately, the internet connection is not stable enough to give us the hand for Tigers, so we will be watching this from Comtrue's POV, which just means that you guys get to earn your spot here a little bit more because you have to also guess his hand.
All right.
It is just like a ladder game, just like a regular game of cards. You're sort of guessing what's in your opponent's hand. You're trying to figure it out. I like to see it when people do little movements differently. When people are sort of hovering over the same card over and over again, I just think to myself, that's a carpet bombing. You keep hovering over that as if you want to play it. You're waiting on a carpet bomb. And then sure enough, turn 7 rolls them out and they play it, and it's a Monty. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it looks like we might also be having some troubles getting the challenge started here. This is just unfortunately an issue we have with sometimes getting over the great internet wall there in China.
This is going to be the first game of cards, competitive cards, where we have neither point of view. We're just going to be predicting what's going on.
That would be pretty good. Well, I mean, I have good news. We are into the game, so let's get this one on the road. Comtrue's taking on Tiger here in our second quarterfinals. Who's going to make it to face off against J King in the semifinals? Let's find out.
Comtrue's classic picture there. I think it might be one of my favorite pictures. I do love Ari's ones and all that, but I've grown to love Comtrue's little picture down there. And what
he's very handsome.
He is very handsome. Germany up against US. Darkness, do you want to quickly run us through just the basics and what sort of archetypes these decks are?
Yes. Comtrue's is bringing his German-Britain deck. It's a control deck with a little bit of discard. So he is prepared against aggressive decks. And Tiger, on the other side, is bringing an US-Soviet counter-offensive deck, what is very aggressive. Match-wise, this is Comtrue's favorite matchup, but and mainly because Tiger is bringing 3 aggro decks here. But Comtrue's is only bringing 1 control deck specifically strong against aggro and controlling. So the second and maybe the third matchup will be a lot more interesting.
And these sudden strikes, so many of them, and he's taking no prisoners with them, just taking out the Greyhound instantly, not letting him find any space with them. Now, here's the interesting question. Do you sudden strike or do you from the deep? I kind of feel like there's logic to saving from the deep for a bigger target, so he's just going to go for the sudden strike, take out Tiger's artillery piece.
Killing an artillery is definitely a wise decision because artillery is not trading. You can deal damage without receiving damage, and Tiger only needs, for example, a Greyhound and a little other buff to kill this Arado. And you don't want to let this happen. Tiger just playing 99's infantry without any unit in the front. This looks a little desperate here.
So something which is in Comtruse's hand we just played is the Lurking Danger. The countermeasures he's running is a doubting system, a missing, and a From the Deep. I don't think there's any others in the deck unless I'm missing one, but this sort of package of these three is something we saw Berto Burrito bring. I believe he had a fourth one thrown in there, but he very much liked this idea of bringing these sort of very different interactions, but very dangerous because it gets your opponent thinking, am I playing around a missing? Am I playing around a doubting system? It's a lot of psychological warfare. I think we're going to see a huge root out come up this turn. Trade one of his Zerados into the 99th, get it into the range for the root out, and just completely wipe out the entire board, root out all of the enemy, chopping roots and cutting grass, and just completely cutting the lawn.
Chopping root and cutting grass. It's exactly as you mentioned. And great thing here, he prevented the Sherman draw. Tiger is very low on cards here.
And he's
And
got so many countermeasures. Even if he lets that Sherman live, which he can do, he can put up the missing. Tiger might have a second Sherman in hand. He might be thinking, I can move up this Sherman and play the other one, but none of it gets missing the moment it moves to the front line. Looks like he's going to go for the Jag Bomber for now.
Playing missing would be definitely strong, but you never know. And we don't know, because Tiger could have a Greyhound and playing around that missing. This wouldn't be good for Comtruse, so he chooses the safe play, dropping the Jagd Panther, sending Sherman back home.
Oh, and a Panther, there's a lot of control in Comtruse's hand. If he can sort of find himself a very reliable footing, sort of stop Tiger getting his Sherman trains off, he's in a really strong position. He's got this missing to stop him moving up, Shermaning. He's got the Panther Ray. He's got this Hipper in hand. If he wants to, he can Hipper his own Panther Ray for 3 turns of Draw Denial. And we just saw him do a turn of Draw Denial using the MI5. Sort of Tiger's hand on what he's got right now, the tools that are available to him right now are probably the only tools he's going to have for the rest of the game. So he's really going to have to spin some magic with the cards he has right now.
But we don't know what he's having. He's sending the Sherman to the
missing.
front, right into the missing. This was critical, because you
and there's the other Sherman. He had it. He wanted to move up and get a draw engine going, but that missing doing so much work. And I feel like you hipper it. I feel like you just hipper it.
Yeah, you just hipper the Sherman. Maybe playing from the deep, maybe moving the Jagd Panther to the front, maybe just pressuring. You're dealing a lot of damage here.
You can't float the 2 credits there, I don't think, because it's just too obvious of a play. And if there is a play around in Tiger's hand, he will do so. It's just so clear what's going on when you float 3 credits in that situation. Obviously, only 2 is necessary, but it's such a clear and obvious play.
So one hand is patrol here. Is Tiger having Winter Warfare or Bloody Sickle? I assume it's Winter Warfare, because Bloody Sickle contains card 1. You would have played that.
And that's his. Unless that last card is a Sherman, he's in a lot of trouble. Oh, and the Raft top deck. Oh my lord. He's going to bounce it to hand. And I think it's safe to see the countermeasures coming out. We'll probably see. Is it a guard or is it a doubting?
He could drop the count as guard, but I would rather see the from the deep and doubting system.
I have to agree, but I think either way, you're in a lot of trouble here.
Indeed.
I think. I'm trying to think of outs. Maybe like a mobilization, but I don't believe he's running it in his deck, right? He doesn't run mobilization?
I don't know, but he would have needed it.
Just looking at it here, no mobilizations in the deck. His only real draw is like the Bloody Sickles and all that stuff, or is using the Shermans. Maybe if he's lucky, he could have got like a pattern play to rush up to the front line and all this. But it's just, it's so complicated.
Panther A denying and another draw.
Oh,
C4 Highlander blocking the front line. Rough Lightning attacking the headquarter. That is too much. That's the first game for Comtruse here. against an unknown hand from Tiger.
I think that was a really, really nice game from Comtrues there. I think he showed this sort of German draw denial off really, really well. We've seen a lot of people not running wolf packs and things, so it's less discard and more draw denial and control. And I think he just sort of did this gold standard of this is a very solid way of playing the deck. You don't have to do fancy plays. You don't have to do, oh my god, look at this insane play. You just have to play the deck smartly, and you can often come out ahead of your opponents. It is slightly weaker against Artie, but he does have Root Out to deal with Artie.
Yeah, and I think that root out was absolutely a key card for him in that matchup, right? There was a pretty scary backline that had been developed there from Tiger that you really didn't want to deploy anything into. And if he doesn't have that root out in the hand at that time, maybe the game goes differently. But it is time for Tiger to have his chance at revenge here against Comtrues. Comtrues currently leading 1-0 as we head on into game number 2. Unfortunately, we want to apologize again for not having Tiger's POV here, but we are having trouble getting his signal all the way from China. So let's take it away, Bubbles and Darkness.
We're seeing the same US deck come out here from Tiger, and Comtrues, now that he's won, he has to switch decks, and he's decided to switch to his Artie deck. As we've seen today, this is a very, very popular deck and very powerful.
Yes, it is, but this US deck is prepared against artillery. It's using Bloody Sickles, it's using Winter Warfare, some artillery on its own, as you can see the Howitzer here. You can definitely lose with artillery, so this will be a much closer matchup here for Comtrues. Well, he does have the war production and is able to get some tempo advantage here, but without any supply chain draw. But of course, he has to block the front line, and he's using the Katyusha, not getting the lucky hit.
Although
the 50-50 chance.
I'm thinking that it might not be the end of the world. I'd be surprised if we see anything in Tiger's hand, unless it's like a 10th Engineers that can buff them both up, that are going to let him move up and kill the Kyusha this go. Obviously, you're going to lose a bit of tempo, but I don't think it's game losing.
Bloody Sickle. Well, I think it hurts a lot not killing the Howitzer, because this allows him to kill this Katyusha. Well, Comtrues is still able to kill that Howitzer and to play another artillery.
This anti-tank gun, I think, is going to be really big in this matchup. There's a lot of M4A1s, a lot of Shermans, a lot of Greyhounds. KARDS with this anti-tank gun really just does so much work. Not only does it get bonus attack against tanks, but it also has ambush, meaning these tanks aren't able to trade into it and remove it, and it's just going to be sitting on the sidelines, picking off whatever it wants until Tiger finds an adequate solution. Which is probably going to come in the form of order removal, something like Bloody Sickles or stuff like this. Or a 50-50. Oh, and he finds the 50-50.
The 50-50.
Comtrues not finding the RNG he needs today, feeling the same pain that Spooz's Mulligan is feeling, where it's just the dice are running against you. This man should not play Yahtzee.
Maybe not. Well, Comtrues is able to deploy 2 hidden anti-aircraft guns with smokescreen, so without a Winter Warfare...
Could be the Winter Warfare, though. He's got a lot of cards in hand for Tiger.
Could have a Winter Warfare. He could have Bloody Sickles. There's
Sickle.
one Bloody Sickle. This already hurts Comtrues, losing 1 artillery.
What does Comtrues need to get out here? You need to find your lesser of 2 evils into sort of supply chains, and then get
card draw.
You need a lot of card draw, and I think the lesser of 2 evils is going to be the one he wants to draw first. But obviously, I'd imagine he'd welcome any card draw that he can find.
This truly is a possibility.
He does have a Euro in hand if he wants to do a lot of damage.
He could... I like the other play more. He could play the 10th Engineers, killing the backline and deploying Yak 7 to get kind of card draw, you know.
Do you take out the Greyhound worrying about the Sherman, or do you just take out the Kyusha being the reliable artillery that you have to kill?
I think you have to take out the artillery in the backline. It's too dangerous.
If there's a Sherman train here, he could just find himself left in the dirt. He's lacking card draw, and if Tiger can find his card draw, he could just leave him behind. Not going to be a Sherman. Instead, he's going to do the first first. Finds himself an opportunity to play the Yak. Also has a Petlikov, which is really, really powerful against US aggro. There's a lot of deployment effects. You can counter with that. Would have been nice to get it down before the first came down, but I think he'll welcome it anyway.
It's very welcome here. One of the few options Comtruth is able to play,
What
but
does he take
Tiger
out?
is having the Hellcat able to trade into.
Leaves the draw though. Let's Comtruth find a little bit of draw. There's half the draw combo he has. He can Kyusha and 10th Engineers, take out one of those units, can pressure phase 2. Now he just needs to find the other half of his draw engines. Playing a
do you trade here with the Hellcat, or do you all these trading?
Goes for the trade. I feel like one war production with one supply chain isn't enough. I don't think that's enough to bring him back. I think he needs to find more than that. Maybe
he needs to find less of 2 evil and then
exactly less with 2 evils is what he needs. I feel like if you find war production, you maybe drop it anyway, just so that if you find that second war production, it's good. However, it's a very uncomfortable situation. That is not what he needs. Patriotic Firestorm, possibly one of the worst cards into Dock Deck here, up there with
completely useless here.
And he's considering pressing GG, considering just tapping out and saying, you know what, I'm going to save my mental strength for the next game. But he's going to go on a bit, let himself see a little bit more draw. I imagine he knows that this isn't lost, because if he finds a lesser of 2 evils into a war production, he can sort of come back from this, but it's a very uncomfortable situation, and he's going to have to get lucky. And based on these Kyusha procs, I don't think he's going to get lucky.
No, it's not looking very great for Comtruth here. All of his units are destroyed, and Tiger is developing an board presence. Comtruth doesn't even have a second unit to proc the pincer effect. He needs to pass an additional turn to get a unit or a card draw combo.
He's thinking about playing the supply chain. I can tell he's thinking about it.
But he can't use it.
He's gonna do it.
He will lose his main win condition, the infinite supply chain.
But he's gonna do it, Doc. Oh, he's thinking.
No, he's ending his turn. He needs to hold.
I
needs
agree.
to hold the supply chain. If he loses his supply chain.
Towards him, I could feel him sort of being like, maybe I could top deck an anti-tank guard and use both for their blitzes, but I think passing is the right move.
I can just picture myself, picture Darkness, with the William Wallace paint on, screaming, "Hold! Hold!"
Oh, and a
KV1, it's too expensive. He needs to draw something. Anti-tank gun, probably.
He's gonna get the war production. But just you wait. He's gonna get it. Oh, another supply chain.
Another supply chain. And the Euro. That's it. GG. 1-1.
There you have it. We're gonna go to a game 3.
Yeah, game number 3 here between Tiger and Comtruth, taking it down to the wire. Well played there in that game by Tiger. I felt like, obviously we didn't see his hand, so we don't know how well he played around what he had, but what we did see from him was fairly good.
Yeah, obviously, because he won against artillery. Well, artillery is maybe the strongest deck currently in the meta, but you really need to get the draw, like getting Zukov, Cuban Cossacks turn 1, war production into Greyhound and anti-tank gun turn 1. You need to find these combo cards to get ahead and gain this tempo advantage, or later on in the game, you need to find the supply chains, reducing the cost with 1, better with 2 war productions to make this combo happen and dominate the gameplay. If you're not able to find that, like Comtruth did in the last game, it's very hard. And now we see Tiger against Comtruth, game number 3.
Yep, game number 3 coming up here. It all comes down to this. Who is going to be be progressing to face Jay
It's
King here in
Mirror.
the semifinals, and it's Artie v Artie Mirror.
So I think we can sit back and relax a little bit. If this is anything to go, if history is anything to go off here, this may take a while. A lot of draw going on. There is there's a
Ooh,
great combo in hand. He
I
can play
like
the
it.
lesser of two evils, discard his supply chain, and then discard it again. Not what he wants to see in top decking an order. However, it's not the end of the world because it prevents him overdrawing when he plays the war production. Now,
you-
the interesting question is, what do you drop here? You could
Um,
sort of look for another war production and then try and get your Greyhound up and take out that AA gun. Ooh, I
if
think
he
you
would
drop the
find
Chaika, right?
another,
Do you just drop the Chaika just so you get some sort of
yeah,
something
I
that
think he has to
lives?
drop Chaika. It's the best thing he can do right now.
I
And
really
next,
like saving this single supply chain, by the way. This means if you top deck some sort of combo to go with it, be it a war production or a less of two evils, you have one ready in hand to at least use.
yeah,
We're gonna see.
you have to hold the supply chain to have at least one with less of two evil.
Gonna see a similar move come out here from Tiger. Plays the lesser of two evils. Doesn't snap discard a supply chain, so maybe doesn't have one in hand. Discards
He
a
didn't
Zis.
have the supply chain. He
Goes
discarded.
for the Zukov, though. Gets the Cuban Cossacks. It's a very powerful turn.
But he's very low
Even
on cards.
he is, but even with being very low on cards, you have that huge unit. Do you just spend your free credits using the Chaiko, or do you drop the Kyusha and kill the AA gun? That AA gun has to die. The question is, would you rather do it with the 1-2? Reason being, it leaves you with a 3-2, which can then trade into the Cossacks. However, the Kyusha is
Oh.
also an equally powerful and good way to play the turn.
A
What would you
single
do?
Katyusha would kill, next to the 10th Engineers Battalion, your 3-2 airplane out of the Chaika. So I would prefer attacking with the Katyusha, getting an additional unit on board, because Comtrus is currently in a very good position. He's having a lot of cards and he can just dump a lot of units, forcing Tiger to deal with it.
Oh, he can do as much as he wants. He's got another supply chain. Another supply chain war production. The clock is ticking. He's got to hurry up. Make some decisions. I think you drop the Kyusha. That much is definite. I think you have to drop the Kyusha.
No, he's
He
not
goes for the
dropping
trade,
Katyusha.
and what's he gonna do?
Drop something!
Drop something!
Comtrus!
No! Floats the 2 credits, not intentionally, may I add. Just runs out of time. You've got to pay attention to that clock. People saying card games and in any strategy game, the clock is a resource, time is a resource, and Comtrue is just not utilizing it quite as well as he'd like to.
Well, feels bad just not using these 2 credits. He could have dropped the Yak 7 to force Cuban Cossacks attacking here. This would have been very powerful, but not checking on the clock.
Do you see his
he
message?
allowed.
He said he had a bit of a delay. He didn't realize the clock was going down quite so fast because for him, it wasn't going down quite so fast, unfortunately.
Ah, I see. Well, he could drop the X7. He will draw an additional card, but he's already at 8. So if this unit will survive, he will overdraw 1 card.
Although it's really good at trading into these guys because these can't just value trade into it since they will die.
Yes.
If it was an anti-tank gun or something, he could just hit the anti-tank gun with both of these, leave them both on 1 health, and you don't have to worry about any AoE because this is RT. AoE isn't a thing here. Got the Greyhound. I think he might have a war production or something in hand. Got the Patriotic Firestorm.
No, a Patriotic Firestorm. A lot of damage coming in.
Oh,
9
that's
damage into the headquarter.
And he's going to go down to 5. This Yak needs to die. You need to trade away this Yak right now. You can't afford to take any more damage. Just get rid of it. Thing is, you can trade into that Chaika. I feel like you kind of have to trade into the Greyhound. Maybe drop a Kyusha or another Greyhound and finish off his Greyhound. You can't afford to leave this on board or you risk killing yourself with this self-damage. So you're going to go for the Zis. I don't think he should.
No, probably not. He definitely needs to trade something, and he can't let the Jack survive. This is just too much damage.
I
So
think you gotta
he
drop
definitely should
Katyusha,
kill the
yeah.
Greyhound with the Katyusha here, dropping an additional Greyhound for his side, and
It's a
hoping he's not
really
going to
rough
die to an
situation.
Yura.
A Yura, a Patriotic Firestorm. There's so many cards which could be lethal here for Comtrues. I think that clock running out and that timer might have been enough to sort of loosen the game. I think he just lost too much tempo with the clock. Bloody Sickle. Gonna cycle some cards to Tiger, try and find what he needs to end this game. Now, there's a lot of ways this Arty deck can kill you when you're on 5 health. You can sort of get Zis or Kyushu with a buff, you can get a KV. There's a lot of ways of just tickling your opponent's last little bit of health to finish them off. However, if Comtrues finds his footing, it is possible he can still win this. Oh, and the Patriotic Firestorm. That's going to bring him down to 1.
No, because
he trades.
He trades. Well, Comtrues already lost his Q and Cossacks to overdraw.
So he
Zukov
can
is-
Zis. He can Zis, kill the anti-tank gun with the Zis, and uses Greyhound to kill the 1/1, and he'll be left on 1 health when that Chaika hits face.
Yes. It's
It's not a comfortable situation, but I don't see
It's
him
r-
surviving in any other way than doing this.
yes, you're totally right. And Tom
Gonna
Cruise is
trade,
executing
take it out.
this.
Oh, it's such an uncomfortable situation to be in, and there's so many things which could kill you here. And I feel comfortable saying that this is Tiger's game.
Well, you never know. Tiger only has 2 cards in his hand.
Oh
And it's
no!
KV.
Oh
KV1.
no, that game. That's so sad to see when you see the KV come out and you know the moment you draw a card you've lost. Ah.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaking end to that series there for Comtrues. An unfortunate running out of time there on the clock. Not as sometimes, that's a risk you have to take sometimes when you're playing these super long combo decks, right? So
I wonder if this would have changed the outcome of this game. If
I
he
think
would
it
be
might
able to
have.
drop the Yak, force Tiger to attack into the Yak instead of dealing 5 damage.
I think there's a lot of things which could have so if you'd not run out of time, that might have changed the game. He could have changed the game potentially. I don't know if this would leave him in a better place. If he didn't have traded his Chaker into the AA gun, he may have been in a better place. There's like 3 or 4 different scenarios where there were difficult decisions for both players, and I'm very curious to see. I kind of want to go to an alternate dimension, an alternate universe, and just see how this game pans out if played slightly differently. But unfortunately, we can't do that, and I'll just have to do it within my own head.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can go back and forth and think about it as much as you want, but you probably will never find the conclusion. I mean, from my perspective, yes, it was definitely a tight game, and the tempo was on Comtrue's side, right? So this is a matter of, was he going to survive those 2 extra turns maybe that he could take over the game? I, however, felt that what Tiger did there is, for me, a very interesting strategy. It felt like he just went for, you know what? I'm not going to fight you on the board presence anymore. I'm just going to put the pressure on, right? Because I know I have some C's in there. I have some Katyushas in there. So if I get you down to like 4 or 5 HP, I'm fine. I'll be able to like fend you off for a bit and then finish you off eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Tiger played it well. Like we were saying, there were things that could have gone differently. And I'm curious to see if either of the players regret anything or if they think they made the right moves. I'm not necessarily saying they didn't play the right moves. It's a very difficult thing to judge because there's so many variables and then there's such a butterfly effect in cards. You do this tiny decision differently and the entire game's different. But I'm very interested to sort of message the players and talk to them and sort of see what they think and if they had any regrets. And you know what? they may even think they did this huge mistake that we didn't even notice. They were sort of like, I can't believe I played this turn 1 differently. And we're sort of sitting here thinking, we didn't even think of that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the bracket and how it looks after this one. With this one, we see it's going to be Tiger moving on to round number 2, where he's going to be facing off against J King. This means we're moving on to the lower part of the bracket here, taking next Berto Burrito versus Hoie. Hoie actually ended up with 2 accounts in the top 12 on the ladder and had to kind of drop one of his accounts out of the top 12 because he couldn't qualify with 2 accounts. So he's definitely on a heater in the current meta. He's taking on Berto Burrito, who we know is a formidable tournament opponent. So I'm really looking forward to this next upcoming match.
I'm curious how many players have theorized about getting 2 accounts into top 12, because I was speaking to Darkness earlier. I know we both had this idea completely independently. We both thought about, what if we got 2 accounts in there? But we bought sort of, at least I messaged the devs and sort of said, can we do this? I just got told, no, of course not. If you do that, we'll just have to remove one of the accounts from the Officer Club, from the Championship, which is fine. But I'm curious because I think this is the first person to actually try it and then feel the sort of pain of doing the work, getting 2 accounts in there and then being told you can't use both. Mm-hmm. Clearly didn't check beforehand, should have checked beforehand. But I'm curious how many different people have tried this idea. And I feel like a lot of people have thought about it and no one's actually gone ahead and tried to do it since then.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely an interesting one, and I think is a pretty cool accomplishment there for Hoie. But now he's got to follow it up, right? I mean, the ladder, it's time based, right? You know, if somebody has twice the amount of time as another top player to grind, they can get there, right? They can eke it out. In tournaments, it's not time based, right? There you have to win consistently. So Hoie, he's definitely shown himself as a good tournament participant in the past, as a good player. He's now shown us that he can get 2 accounts into the top 12, but is he able to keep up that performance in the tournament? That's my question.
Well, there's only one way to find this, to find this out. In the match between Berto and Hoie, both definitely very strong player, and both very successful player.
Yeah.
So I was doing some maths earlier, because his 2 accounts now are 6th place and 12th place. But no, 14th place, which makes him 20th place. My maths is correct. He finished 20th, because 6 plus 14 is 20.
Well,
so actually, by creating a second account, he lowered his ladder position down.
Okay. Well, with those quick maths from Bubbles, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have Hoie versus Berto Burrito. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Let's sing along.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Officer Club Championship. We're about to head on into our third quarterfinal match here. This one is going to be between Berto, Burrito, and Hoie. Both players are into the client, and we have the signals ready. Why don't you talk us through a little bit this matchup? Hoie, a former OCC champion, Berto, Burrito as well. Who do you think is going to take this one? What nations are they bringing, and how do you think this one is going to go, guys?
Well, this is going to be very interesting because both are known tournament players, both are successful tournament players with quite a nice amount of prize money they already earned. Well, maybe take a look at the deck list they are bringing. Berto Burrito is bringing a Soviet-US artillery deck, like everybody else, and Japan and Germany aggro deck. We saw a very similar deck, maybe the same deck from J King earlier, and a British-US ramp control deck. While on the other side, Hoie is bringing an Jap-Soviet aggro deck, like similar to Spoo's aggro deck with Japan, and Soviet-US artillery, like everybody else, and an US-Soviet counteroffensive deck, similar to Tiger's counteroffensive deck we already saw. My main question here is, because 5 out of 6 decks are aggro, is Berto bringing his ramp control deck, or does he think this is not a favorite matchup for him against the aggro decks, and is he just bringing his aggro decks? Well, I played the KARDS Open 5 last weekend, and I succeeded with a very similar Brit US version of this against a lot of aggro, but the matchup doesn't felt that good, and I would change it if I could do this reversely. So I would assume Berto is bringing his RT and aggro deck, and Hoie is bringing 2 of his 3 aggro decks. What do you think, Innocent?
I tried to read Hui's decks earlier, but unfortunately I had trouble doing so as they're all in Chinese, and my ability to read Chinese isn't that strong. I can read the numbers. I got the numbers part. So when the number is M4A1, I think I know what card that is. So I can't really peek into Hui's decks too much and sort of analyze them. Obviously, you could use the import code, and I'm sure Berto did that. But just purely basing it off the info I do have.
Wait, the deck lists aren't open, right? Berto cannot do this.
You're right. Sorry, yeah, you're right.
He just knows the nation.
Just knows the nation, so it doesn't matter to Berto that yeah. But based off the info I do have, I think is Berto's series to win in overall. Partially because I think Berto's a stronger player. Not that Hoie is a bad player by any means. Hoie is an excellent player, but I think I favor Berto in this series.
Well, it's time for us to find out, and it's going to be Moscow, the artillery deck here from Hoie in game number 1, right off the bat with a war production and a supply chain, and the Yak 7 turn 1 against Berto Burrito's aggressive Japan deck.
Oh, Jack 7 turn 1 without any option to kill it is so dangerous, because he will get additionally draw, and that is this one thing you really need to get. If you're playing artillery and having a good start, you need some card draw to follow, to catch up. Berto Burrito is only able to drop in Bicycle Regiment, an easy trade for the Jack 7, but at least this stops. Oh no, he just drew an anti-aircraft gun. So Hoie is able to trade here and deploy more units. What is a very good start from Hoie.
Can I just express my love for that new card back? Oh, I love that new card back. Look at it sitting there on top of Hui's deck. It's beautiful, dude.
Yeah, this is the card back you're getting with the most recent Steam DLC for KARDS. And look at that.
Oh my lord. Oh, this is so scary.
So much card draw. He doubled his supply chains.
And he's got more draw in hand when he needs it. And I think I'd like to change my prediction. I know I said Berto's to win, but I've changed my mind for no apparent reason.
That special delivery is something that I don't see a lot in these decks. Is this some new tech that is finding itself into these decks?
I played this a lot, and I used this in the cards open, and the decklist were open. So maybe some more people will play this now. But supply chain is doing the same thing, you know? It's discarding special delivery. Sorry. Special delivery is doing the same thing as war production. And now you are able, by playing this, to have even more card draw. Well, you don't get the credit advantage, but supply chain is giving you, on top on discarding your supply chains, 2 more card draw. And this is a thing a lot of artillery matches want to have. They're just looking for, especially in the mirrors, they're just looking for the card draw to have more stuff to throw it into the battlefield. So this is a decent card to have.
I think you kind of have to raiding here. I think it's the best option. I think it's too scary to think about the sort of OTK and lethal potential for Huey. I think you have to raiding and maybe move it to the front line instead of drop the signal. Worry less about chip damage and more about staying alive. This Enigma could do so much work against Artie in different scenarios, but this is not the scenario where you need it. Right now, you just need to sort of keep yourself alive and gain some presence. But like you said, this sort of draw combo in Huey's hand, it feels like
it's so scary.
Oh, and he got a lesser of two evils. Oh, there's so many cards for Huey.
You don't really need that. You need only 3 supply chains plus special delivery to fill 8 card slots of your hand.
He can wait though. He doesn't need to do it this go. He
Yes.
can drop the Greyhound. He can drop the 10th if he wants. He can play the Patriotic. It just means that he's got more time to sort of do what he wants and pressure Berto. Berto really needing some AoE. Maybe like a bombing raid or a desperate measures. Sion coming out gets the 4 op cost. I don't know if I like that play over the Akita. I think I would have preferred the Akita just because of this AA guns operation cost increase. But I understand he's trying to empty his hand and maybe setting himself up for Enigma into desperate measures.
Yeah, very true. Hoie finding a bloody sickle, another addition to the regular artillery deck. Usually they are not running bloody sickles, but especially in the mirror or against other aggro decks.
Oh, that's game.
This is a very strong card. And look at that, Hoie just found lethal turn 6. That start was enormous. It was just too good. Berto hadn't had a chance to deal with it.
I think the only start which scares me more than that is the Cuban Cossacks turn 1. You know, when your opponent plays Cuban Cossacks and an anti-tank gun on turn 1, along with a bunch of tour, which I have seen before, and it's really scary. But I think, other than that, that's a terrifying start for arty decks. And this is one of the scary things about this artillery deck, is it's like, okay, well, they haven't got this insane start, but that doesn't matter, because they have this insane start. They have, like, 2 or 3 insane starts where you just feel like, you know, you've just loaded into the game on turn 1 and they're on turn 3 or 4 already, and you feel like you've been given this handicap or something to put yourself a few turns behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Berto Burrito getting the short end of the stick in that matchup. Hoie playing, well, first off, he got a really good hand. Secondly, he played that hand to perfection. So, you know, not taking any credit away from Hoie here. It's going to be interesting to see if Berto brings his Japan deck again now, knowing that this Artie deck is out of the way. What do you guys think about that?
I think so. The artillery deck is probably the worst matchup for this J aggro deck. Unless you're having desperate measures starting first, having some very strong starts to get into the front line and be able to trade into the artillery. And yes, Berto Burrito is bringing his Japan aggro deck again. maybe finding a better start right now against Hoie with his Japan aggro deck. Well,
I just want to remind people that while this series is ongoing, write "give me stuff" all one word, no exclamation point, in chat to be eligible for the next giveaway. And I think we're gonna give the M3 trench knife after this series. So
I believe Binpack was our previous winner, if Nightbot didn't lie to me. So here we have the sort of Battle of the Jagros. We have Japan Soviet, very meta, very popular, and then Japan Germany, a sort of older style deck, not as popular right now, but doesn't make it weaker. A deck's strength isn't necessarily represented by its popularity. I know Berto and Jaking really like this deck, and I'm really interested to see how it pans out against its Soviet sort of counterpart, its cousin, if you will, in sort of decks.
This is a really tough decision here. Is he going to trade, or is he going to drop the Akita regiment? Looks like he's just trading, moving the Recon to the front, allowing.
But you know, he could play Winter Warfare and counteroffensive and create a huge recon unit if he wanted to. Gonna go for the trade instead, it looks like. Get the Yamagata down. But I really like the idea of counteroffensive on this recon unit, because it can generate so much draw for you, especially in a scenario like this where you have 3 cards in hand and your opponent has 7.
Yes. It's very scary. Counteroffensive on these cheap operating Japanese units or the Recon, who gives you a card draw every time this unit is receiving damage. So imagine an 10-10 Recon in the front line, and you have to trade 5 units into this.
And it just replaces
you will just
itself.
draw 5 cards. It's impressive.
I mean, he does have the option of buffing the Yamagata instead and saying, you know what, I'm going to have 0 cards in hand and give this Fury, because it gets Ambush Bits and Fury when you have 0 cards in hand. So that is an option, but I almost feel like it's not as strong as an option, just because you do have this 33rd Recon. Your opponent has so many ways of filling up your hand that it's sort of like, I'd rather it be on the Recon than the Yamagata personally.
Berto dropped the Micho, and now this card draw, this combo is more dangerous. Akita Regiment would have been the better play, but Berto doesn't know the hand of Hoie.
I think he's going to buff. He's going to go for the Winter Warfare. He's going to
definitely
buff up
is.
that.
Akita Regiment would have died to Winter Warfare, maybe killing another unit, but now Hoie can play safe.
One less proc for the counteroffensive as well. Oh, I feel like Berto needs the Sendais. They do run the Sendos. They do like it, but I don't think they've been coming out. Yeah. Good Akita
The Akita hit was good, at least. He kind of, maybe he has to trade the Micho.
I think he has to, and then he can go for the Akita or the Cavalry or the Desperate Measures.
To reduce the amount of damaged units in the battlefield. But an 8 damage.
And a Shiden, and I feel like there's so many options. He can drop the Shiden, and then he can hit face for 8, and then even if you kill this unit, there's this Shiden in the support line. I think
it's looking very, very dangerous.
So you can Akita trade then Desperate Measures, and you get the small chance of killing that Shiden. But I don't know if it's worth it over just flooding the front line with units and trying to put some pressure into that front line. You know who is running Rising Sun, so there's a lot of incentive to take the front line.
Berto Burrito is flooding the board, blocking the front line, yes, but Hoie is having Desperate Measures. He's able to just kill 3 units. This is so strong for Hoie. Didn't Hoie won the first game? Production team.
He did. I can see a little one up there.
Well,
he can clear that, but I feel
he
like
can clear that, yeah.
is this really okay? Great, you've cleared it. Problem solved. You've won. It's sort of out of the frying pan into the fire. There's Rising Sun. There's Kayusha. There's Signal. There's so many things here.
Yeah. Unless Berto Burrito is topping an second rating brigade, and he got
no
the discard. Even this Enigma will not help him here. He can kill 2 units. Wow, this is an additional 2 damage in his face. Hoie is having the Katyusha. He's having the options. Did he top deck a second Katyusha? Yes, he did. Is
and
one
the
of
50?
those hitting?
No. But I mean,
yeah.
This is clear. I think this is as clear as daylight,
Yes.
as a cloudless sky. It's just there you go. Hoie 2-0ing Berto, completely destroying my prediction. I feel like I definitely predicted on Hoie, and anyone who says otherwise is clearly misremembering it.
Yeah, insane series here from Hoie. Really getting good hands, making the most of them, and Berto not really finding what he needed to put up too much of a fight there. Kind of just I think like this OCC compared to so many OCCs, I feel like we're seeing a lot more of these kind of aggro versus aggro mirror matchups that tend to be a little bit more lopsided once one person gets control, right? If you kind of rewind a couple of OCCs, we were a lot more on the control side, and we were getting a lot more closer games when it comes to this. Is this the same vibe that you guys are getting, or?
Yes.
I mean, like Darkness was saying earlier, there's a huge proportion of aggro decks to everything else. So we're going to get a lot of mirror matchups of aggro. We're going to get a lot of sort of aggro running into aggro. Who kills who first? It's an aggro meta right now. It's very aggro meta.
Yeah, there are just a lot of aggro decks, and a lot of them are slightly teched against other aggro decks, like sneaking in additional Bloody Sickles here in this artillery deck, having a few more anti-aggro options in your counter-offensive deck. I don't know if I like it. My personal favorite playstyle is Control, but of course, even in aggro matchups, you have to think about all of your options. You have to fight for control. But a very big impact factor here is the start. A lot of matches are won with the mulligan. For example, Spoos.
Yeah.
This was very clear there. He just lost because he had an awful start and wasn't able to deal with an basic aggro deck. Same with Berto Burrito. He just had the Hoie just had the better start against Berto Burrito, and Berto was not able to come back.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Now let's take a look at how this leaves our bracket here. Hoie now advancing into the second semifinal matchup here. He's going to be facing off against either Jim Raynor or Cappuccino, meaning that we're going to have 3 out of 4 semifinalists from China this month. So China really coming up strong this OCC. And J-King, the lone Western player there, fighting off the Eastern invasion into the OCC, into the top of the OCC. So should be a pretty exciting rest of the tournament here for us.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think the finals is always either the quickest or the longest. There's no in between. Because it's a best of 5, so it's always going to be a longer game. Mm-hmm. We've had finals which have taken like 10 minutes because the players are so in them. They're so in the moment. They're so into it. They know what they want to do. They're just bam. And we're 2 games off the finals, and I'm hyped already. Oh no, we're 3 games off the finals, and I'm already hyped to see what happens in it, to see what sort of matchups dictate the just all of it. Yeah, I'm hyped.
Well, we're going to be going to a quick break, a quick 3-minute break. When we come back, we're going to have James Jim Morainer against Cappuccino. Cappuccino, our newcomer here, James Jim Morainer, returning for the second month in a row, performing really well in the last tournament, I believe, coming in second or third. So it should be an exciting matchup. Don't go anywhere. We'll also draw from the giveaway when we come back from the break. Type "give me stuff" in chat if you want to have a chance to win an M3 trench knife table prop. We come back, so don't go anywhere. See you just after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. My name is Oliver Rapsteinason, with me, Darkness and Bubbles. We have now played 3 out of the 4 quarterfinal matches, and it's time to see who's going to be the last one to make it into the semifinals. Is it going to be Cappuccino, our newcomer, or is it going to be James Jim Raynor, our returning Chinese competitor here in the OCC?
I'm going to go Cappuccino because I could do with one myself. So come on, Cappuccino. Darkness, do you want to go into the decks a little bit that each of these two are bringing?
The decks are very similar. very similar. Both players are bringing the same nations, like Soviet US artillery. Both bringing. Oh no, James Jim Raynor is bringing Japan's Soviet aggro counteroffensive, and Cappuccino is bringing US Soviet aggro counteroffensive.
Mhm.
So there's one little difference, and both bringing German Brit control, but Cappuccino is bringing slightly more discard here. And because of these changes, I'm going with Cappuccino too. I like them a little bit more, but it depends on what matchups they are getting.
And the mulligans that they're getting. We've seen
Yes, of
today
course.
this be a core part of who wins and who loses, is if you get a double 35th, for instance, in your starting hand.
Yeah. If you get double 35th in your starting hand, then you pretty much forfeit the entire win condition of your deck. That does impact your ability to win or lose. But before we head on into the match, we are going to be doing a drawing here in our little giveaway. So who's going to be taking home the M3 trench knife? It is going to be Belbinio. Belbinio, congratulations. I'll message you here on Twitch. You send me your in-game name and I'll add the M3 trench knife table prop to your account. If we do get over 100 viewers onto the Twitch channel, I'm going to do an extra giveaway just because I'm in a really good mood today. So everybody keep throwing out the give me stuff in chat and we will draw another one after this series. But with that, I'm going to give the players the green light to go ahead. And yeah, we can continue on with our predictions. I think like you guys both go for Cappuccino. So I think James is bringing experience to the table. I think he can give him a run for his money.
All right, so it's 2 against 1. So we're going to have a 2-1 is my prediction. We're going to 2-1 to Cappuccino, of course.
I mean, I'm always looking for 3-game series, right? We always want to see those 3-game series. Those are the most fun because they also mean that kind of both players have some experience against each other. They kind of know how each other are playing, and you get that super intense game number 3. And that super intense game number 3 is what we really love to see. We're currently just waiting for. We're currently just waiting for the players to start the game. They are getting the challenge issued and picking their decks. And once we are in the game, we will bring you all the action.
I do love the occasional confusion you seem to find yourself in, where you're like, "What's my job again? Where am I?
Yeah.
Oh, the KARDS stream."
I mean, yeah, we're doing a lot of things. You know, we're coordinating the players and all that kind of stuff. But I hope everybody is enjoying the show. I'm enjoying the show for sure. I mean, I'm gonna blame you for this, Bubbles, because I was reading your message when I got confused. Yeah.
Why are you reading my message? Read it later.
Why are you sending me messages while we're live, Bubbles? Well, we are live.
Maybe you should read the message out loud so everybody can laugh at it.
No, I'm not gonna do my boy like that. But we are in game number 1 here between James Jim Raynor and Cappuccino. Who's gonna take this one and secure himself the last spot into the semifinals? Let's find out. Bubbles of Darkness, take it away.
I've said
both players are starting with an war production supply chain start.
He can war production into human Cossacks, which is super scary. I just want to point out, for chat's sake, I've sent Ollie another 5 or 6 messages just saying, hey Ollie, hey, am I distracting you? Hey Ollie. So if anything goes wrong, it is 100% my fault, and you can lynch me and burn me in whatever means necessary. But I'm not going to travel. You have to come to me to do that.
Good to know.
Cuban
Cappuccino able
Cossacks
to
turn 1.
play Cuban Cossacks turn 1. Pretty strong start. Not with Zukov, but with War Production. He could have played the Greyhound 2 and the 10th Engineers Battalion. Oh, look at that. James John Raymer, top decked, Lesser of Two Evil, able to discard 2 N supply chain, getting 2 card draws out of these. Basically, he drew 3 cards for 2 credit costs.
We're essentially getting into a competitive game of solitaire here. It's just whoever plays the most cards. Back in the old achievement system, this was the deck to play because you filled out your US cards so quickly. What do you think you do here for James Jim Rayner? Do you drop the Greyhound and trade, or do you just hit once and drop the Chaika to get some more longevity? Oh,
maybe you played Zukov. Playing Patriotic Firestorm, kill the Zukov, playing Zukov yourself. But wait a second.
Actually, but then it will die to the Greyhound.
Yeah, that's an issue. That's kind of problematic here. What do you do?
What if you play the Zukov, get the Cossacks and drop it, but you don't move it to the front line? You don't attack and you don't move it. You keep it in the support line.
So
that
you
play
you can drop the Chaika and wait for the next turn.
Oh, what? And then do Cossacks?
You can drop the Chaika, you can drop the Zukov, deploy 2 units, and wait for the next turn to get a massive Patriotic Firestorm up.
He's gonna go for the Greyhound.
Greyhound. I personally I don't like it. It's too easy to trade away.
Are you ready for him to top deck the Cuban Cossacks? I'm so ready for him to top deck the Cuban Cossacks, and then this Zukov goes out the window.
1 out of 30.
I don't like those
against
dude.
Yeah. Cappuccino just trading the Greyhound as expected. But now he's able to play Zukov, get the Cuban Cossacks, and trade everything.
Oh, look at this destruction here. He's going to trade first. Instead of going for the upgraded Chaika, he's just going to hold on to that one. Very sensible play. And now Cappuccino going to get some draw engine going.
He needs to find something good to deal with Jim Rayner's hand. Wait, maybe not hand, but with his support line.
So, Darkness. We have Cappuccino in the game, and this leads me to my question. Tea or coffee?
Tea.
Tea?
And you?
Dude, I'm British. Tea all the way.
Good.
Tea, I drink about 6 or 7, probably more like 6 cups of tea a day. And I probably drink 1 thing of coffee about every 2 weeks.
I'm drinking about 3 or 4 cups of tea every day.
What's your go-to? Can I just point out, he got the Zukov in hand, by the way, now.
But he already played the Cuban Cossacks, so this is...
He's just going to play it to clear hand space. So what is your go-to cup of tea? I feel like you like a
Look at the War Production. The supply chain combo is hitting in 2 additional credits. The card draw is real for James Jim Rayner. He's able to get into the front lane, deploy the Yak, draw an additional card.
Double Greyhound.
No, what is he doing? Hold the supply chain, James Jim Rayner. Well, he's having a terrifying board presence to deal with.
But there is double Greyhound Patriotic in Cappuccino's hand. It's not over. He can do a lot of damage and a lot of punch this turn, and there's no buff for James. Although he does have a lot of draw engine. Possibly why he played that supply chain is because he thinks this Yak is going to survive. And then obviously this Yak is going to create a lot of draw for him just on its own.
There's not a lot of AoE. Even if Cappuccino is killing the Yak, it's not enough. Like, there's an anti-tank gun, there's a Chaika, there's a Greyhound, there's Cuban Cossacks. flood is there. The army is ready to kill the headquarter. James Cappuccino is able to deploy the Greyhound, clearing the front line, at least killing the Greyhound to reduce a lot of damage, but the card draw from the Yak is coming in.
It's such a scary position. I feel like these number 10 engineers could do so much work, but you kind of need to clear some space in your support line so that you can use the double artillery buff. There's no point pushing up the Chaika. Oh, I don't know if I agree with that, because if this Chaika dies, you don't get it.
Yeah, he should have moved maybe the Yak.
I
But
think
if
I
you
would've
move the
liked
Yak,
that.
it's easier to kill it, and you don't want to lose a card roll. This was a hard decision, but I think James Jim Raymer is in the better position here. He can sacrifice the destruction effect of the Chaika, because look at his support line. He's having the Yak, he's having 2 artillery and 1 buff unit. That's everything you need to make something.
We've seen 3 Greyhounds and a Cossacks. I feel like anything which could die in the front line could die in the support line as well, just because of the artillery. Gonna go for the Zis.
I fear that's not enough. Well,
should he have
killed...
taken out the 10th instead? There's a lot of interesting and difficult decisions. And just to point this out for the viewers at home, when me and Darkness say we don't think you should have done this, we do think you should have done that, we're by no means saying that this is the definite way to play. It's more weighing off the different options, because there's these very difficult scenarios where it's like, I could do this or I could do that, and it's really cloudy and really difficult to know what the right move is. Euro in hand, he can do a lot of damage this turn. If he Euros and hits with both artillery, that's what, 12 damage? Possibly 13 if he gets the proc?
Yeah, that's a lot. He just played Lesser of Two Evil and found a supply chain. Look at that, he chose not to use Eura right now. Probably just deploying another unit here. He can go for 1 card draw while holding the supply chain. And his backline is terrifying with 3 artillery units, Eura ready in hand. Cappuccino is going for a card draw here, is able to find the supply chain combo. He's able to kill 1 aircraft gun, but James Rayner placed next to the AA gun the anti-tank gun, so the buff of the 10th Engineers Battalion is not wasted here. And Cappuccino is missing options.
Do you just have to go for the Katyusha, maybe?
Katyusha, yeah, that's he can't waste any more credits to draw cards.
Oh, it's so scary here. When you're sitting on 10 health, generally when you go down to around 10 health, you know you're in this sort of dead zone to artillery. There are situations where you'll be on sort of 12 or 14 health and in a similar mindset, but I think when you get down to 10, you know that you're so fragile and you're so close to death. There's so many things that could come out and kill you. So he can Eura, and then with his Eura, he can hit that AA gun with 1 of them, and then that frees up the Chaika to then hit face.
Or he could just use Eura to have lethal. So
but it's not as fancy. It's not as fancy, Darkness.
Well, if you like to take the long way around, you should definitely listen to Bubbles. He likes to give you some suggestions to not take lethal when you can get it. But it was a big brain play that you were thinking there, Bubbles. But it looks like James Jim Rayner had a little bit of a better idea just to straight up win the game.
I mean, traditionally, Ollie, we do have issues counting when it comes to casting.
That is true. That is true. All right, guys, the players are not wasting any time. We are into game number 2 here, so let's just jump right into the action. Take it away.
So here we go. Jagro for James. An arty for Cappuccino.
Yeah, Cappuccino bringing his arty deck again. James Jim Raynor bringing his counteroffensive Japan Soviet deck.
Didn't he just win with that?
No, he just won with his arty deck, right?
So he can't bring his arty deck again.
He can't bring his arty deck again.
Exactly.
Which he's playing right now, no?
No, James
Has
won
no
game number 1.
Oh,
I forgot to update the in-game score here. There we go.
okay.
See? Does that help you, Bubbles?
Yes, no, I was confused. As how? I was very confused. Yak here, turn 1. Really, really strong turn 1 play, because you know you're going to get draw from this. There's very few things which can sort of reach that Yak this early into the game. So,
it's ridiculous strong having the Yak turn 1 when you start, because your opponent only has 1 credit and nothing on the board to deal with this. It's nearly impossible to kill this Yak.
ooh,
And
well, we can see
No,
Cappuccino's hand, so we can make some predictions on what's going on in the game.
and you're seeing my true form, Darkness.
Yes.
So it's like an interview of myself now. Bubbles, you recently asked me what type of tea I prefer.
Yes.
I like it's Indian style tea. It's black tea with a lot of spices like cinnamon. How do you pronounce that?
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon.
So what is the name of the tea? What does it say on the box? So when we
It's
go
on
to
the box.
stores in Germany,
Yeah,
we can
it's
buy
chai pur.
chai pour.
Yes.
Oh, I do like a good chai tea. Chai is very nice. I've been drinking Earl Grey with lemon juice because we've ran out of milk, and lemon juice is a good substitute to milk when you don't have it. So this is the first game of cards with neither gameplay. So I reckon he's found a way. I reckon Cappuccino's found a way to play that supply chain. I reckon he's top decked like a war production or something like that. So he's sort of playing off his cards right now. He's building a huge hand. What do you think James is up to, Darkness?
Well, I think James moved his 34th infantry to the front, was able to get a rising sun off because Cappuccino didn't wanted to trade his Yak 7 into his frontline unit. So he had a lot of card draw and dropped maybe an additional 1k Blitz unit or the first Signal Regiment onto this, and is preparing for the next 2 turns and Winter Warfare counteroffensive combo.
Oh my god! I've just thought of an amazing top deck for Cappuccino. That's insane. Hey. Currently playing through a telegraph system. He's you got one of those little things where he has to press down the button and send signals. He's telling them what moves he wants to do. Not the smoothest way of playing cards, but if it works, it works. If we see him play the wrong card, though, rather interestingly right now, though, James's hand looking a little bit off. I don't know how he snuck KV into his Jagro deck, but if it works, it works. I'm not going to judge. Yes, I'm just trying to think. What do you? What do you need here with your James? You need like a desperate measures, maybe double winter warfare, but he's in a bit of a spot, especially if
already
his game's frozen. I find generally I very much struggle to play the game when it's frozen. I don't know about you guys, but when I can't play the game, I tend to lose.
Yeah, same here. Mm. Wi-
So I've been flamed for my T choice. I know.
I've been muted the entire time that I was talking.
You've been muted.
Yes.
Oh, this is a
All right.
classic Ollie play.
We are back. We fixed it. The internet went out. Cappuccino offered James Jim Raynor a remake of the match, even though he did not have to. So huge shout out to Cappuccino for being sportsmanlike here. All right, now you guys can take it away.
All right. No! Cappuccino top deck Cuban Cossacks.
Oh no! Oh, that was a turn one Cuban Cossacks, but he top decks it with the Zukov. Can't get it off. Oh,
It
and
feels
double
so bad.
Rising Sun for James. You know, I really appreciate the honor, but that's got to hurt. That has to hurt when you go through. You say this is the right thing to do, and you should always do the honorable and the right thing, even when it hurts like this. But my heart goes out to Cappuccino because that has to hurt. That has to sting.
And second war production without a supply chain. Damn,
Oh,
this is not looking
Lord.
good.
Although he does have that lesser of two evils, so you can get rid of the Zukov or the war production to sort of clear them out and not have to discard anything useful.
Yeah, that's a good thing. So even if you do have two raw productions, you can draw two cards, 2 credits with less of 2 evil, and just get rid of the second war production, who is not useful at all, without losing anything important or anything useful. But this is only a backup plan, you know. You don't want to do this. You want to make more supply chains with less of 2 evil.
Interestingly enough, goes for the Kyusha hit after the Bloody Sickle. Generally, you try to Kyusha first because you might get the 50-50 and then you can sickle something else. But I'm sure that was because he was thinking about cards that he could possibly top deck from the Bloody Sickle to save him from using it. Maybe another Bloody Sickle.
Maybe he was looking for another Bloody Sickle, but I think he should have attacked first with
this,
Katyusha.
though. Huge winter warfare into counteroffensive. He can make an absolutely humongous unit if he wants to. And the only real ways of killing this is if he uses like a Patriotic Firestorm or trades just a million units into it. It's a super, super scary position. I like moving up the 15th Cav over moving up the raiding because it gives him an extra unit, meaning if he needs to, he has another unit on the board that he can potentially Rising Sun or use for the Lightning Conquest.
Well, Cappuccino used the war production. He's having 7 credits now. He's able to find some units. He has the Cuban Cossacks available, plus Europe, meaning he's able to get rid of this 8-8 Metro Regiment by trading everything he's able to trade into this unit, leaving his 1-1 Katyusha behind, tradable for the Cavalry Regiment. Oh wait, I didn't saw the second Katyusha, my bad. Well, that's huge. And Jim Raynor is now only able to clear that with his second Winter Warfare. But looks like he's not going to clear
he's
it.
not going to. He's just going to rush the front line. He has got Cappuccino down to 12. So he is starting to pressure him. Maybe if he can get like a rising sun into a counter-offensive, he might be able to do a lot of damage. However, with these bloody sickles and these Kyushas, he's doing so much work at clearing. He's got the Cuban Cossacks. He definitely needs to find himself some draw engine. Massive winter warfare here, though.
Yeah, massive winter warfare, but Gemstrom Rainer just run out of cards.
Although, if he drops this KV, what do you do here if you're James? Because you can't really draw yourself to victory. You kind of have to find your cards to win the game within the next 5 cards of your deck.
But
otherwise, the KV just kills you.
Do you play the KB?
Not this turn. I think this turn you play the Kyushu and clear the front 9 to prevent Rising Sun.
Yes, definitely. But do you just want to play the KB1 and artillery? I mean, it looks so nice. But with a Patriotic Firestorm, I would play 3 units, including Katyusha, killing Bicycle Regiment, getting Chiker and Anti-Tank Gun down. The turn after with Patriotic Firestorm, you could deal with anything.
Oh, he goes for the KV! Oh, that's risky. If he gets Rising Sun... No, just finds the Yokosuka, pushes up, presses face down to 6. I think we can expect this front line to get cleared this go. With this Patriotic Firestorm, that KV can one-shot the big mountain rifles, you can use Kyusha, and you can use the AA gun, and you can clear everything.
Yeah,
but like we say, was risky. Maybe not the safest way to play, but it's certainly not going to matter. And I think there's very little James can get to win here.
Well,
Bloody Sickle gets him down to 10.
There are race. Oh, feels bad. Risk Bloody Sickle onto KB1. He could have cleared a lot of units, but with no ability to kill the KB1 and Cappuccino taking the front line now, dealing additional damage. It doesn't look good for James.
Scary. And he's going to go for the anti-tank gun over the Petlikov. Not so fast about deployment effects. And that is, I think that's game.
Yeah. GG 1-1. Cappuccino had an awful start, but he made it.
Yeah, exceptionally well played there by Cappuccino, working his way back into the game and really outlasting James there that just simply ran out of steam at the end there. He got pretty close, and he was really gung-ho to go for that headquarters, but was there maybe a call that he could have made earlier to trade more, or did he just get unlucky that he didn't get his card draw?
He just didn't get his card draw. I think he made a mistake the turn he buffed his meter regiment. Instead, he could have moved a second meter regiment to the front, preparing an even bigger counteroffensive for turn 5. But I don't know if this would have been enough to deal with this war production combo and the tempo of Cappuccino.
From Cappuccino's point of view, he was winning a game. His opponent crashed. He said, let's remake the game. He had a terrible starting hand and still won the game. That's really quite impressive from Cappuccino. It's sort of like so many opportunities for things to go wrong for him. And he's sticking to it and being very, very good about it all. And I think this is our debut, or at least my debut of seeing Cappuccino play, and I very much really like him. He seems great just based off what we've seen. So huge shout out to him.
Yes, I appreciated it too. And he switched his deck. He didn't play. Oh, right, he had to switch his deck, but yes. James Rainer didn't switch. So
pretty scary hand here for James. The double Winter Warfare has a lot of clear. He can use one of them to set up the counteroffensive. He's got the signal. There's a lot of potential in this hand right here.
A lot of potential, but not a lot of credits, because we are still very early in the game. Cappuccino just cleared the back, and James Rainer top decking a meter regiment A decent turn 3 drop.
Oh, and the 10th Engineers. This means he can guarantee his Kyusha to one-shot those Mitos, and he doesn't have to take the 50-50. But like I said, this AoE may come in handy. We may see him drop the signal and then trade one of his 15th Cavs away and then let Cappuccino really fill this board. I feel like he should wait before playing the AoE. Gonna go.
Well, this
Oh,
could
he's
be
considering the buff. It
He's
would
considering
be big,
it.
but it would
It
just
would be.
die. It'd get
Well,
plus 6/6. So it would become an 8/7, and then it would go down to 6, and then this
Cappuccino
Kyusha
could-
would hit it and just mess it up. I'm surprised we didn't see him play the signal first. I guess he wanted to secure the front line, but generally we see people hold on to one of their Blitz Japanese units so that they can buff it with a Rising Sun. These Marines in hand could do a lot of work. It means he can trade, or he can Winter Warfare and secure the front line. Securing the front line with a 3-4 is really scary for the Japanese. There's not many units in this Japanese aggro deck that can trade into these Marines.
Yeah, that's true. You really need to get a bigger unit or any unit to use this buff. Rising Sun, definitely not what he wanted to see here. James from Jim Raynor is unable to do anything here. He needs to pass 3 credits array. He can't deal with the 3-3 in the front line. And Cappuccino now able to drop a lot of units with his Patton.
James really needs to find something he can counteroffensive. He can counteroffensive his signal if he needs to, but when it gets to the point that you're counteroffensive in your signal regiment, things are either going really, really well or really, really bad, and I think it's clear which one it is this situation.
Yes, you're right. Cappuccino considering his move here. Taking his time. But looks like he's going for the pressure, sending the 101st Airborne into the front, dealing more damage to the headquarter and dropping everything he has. Well, these chocolate infantry are finding each other out of the deck, so he's able to deploy another one.
Oh my!
James and Raymond top deck a second.
I think you have to buff one of them. I know it's terrible. Oh, but if you buff it this turn, if you buff your signal this turn, it doesn't get big enough to kill anything, but it means next go you can buff it again and then start trading away with it. I feel like it was his only option. I mean, other than
he had to find on top of that Winter Warfare.
Well, he could play it just right now for a +2/+2, and if he buffed it last go, it would be a 2/6, and then he could buff it again this turn and then trade away with it. It would still be game. It's
still no
it's
chance for
clutching at
James Jim
straws.
Raynor here. The starting hand of Cappuccino was just too good. No ways to deal with this.
Yeah,
It was
and
2-1, right?
2-1.
Yeah,
Two
Cappuccino
of
won.
us predicted Cappuccino, one of us predicted James, and it fell into that perfectly. So I think hats off to everyone for that.
Well, the newcomer here in Cappuccino, finding the victory and securing himself into the semifinals here in his first OCC, and I think that's always really impressive when we see these newer players show up in the tournament scene and just make it through immediately, and not doing it through, capitalizing on some misplays from James Jim Raynor, not taking the win when he disconnected, but just playing really well. So a huge congratulations here to Cappuccino. And let's take a look at the bracket, how it looks like when we're heading on into the semifinals here. It's going to be Jake King against Tiger, and then Hoie against Cappuccino. I'm looking forward to both of these matches. I think Tiger has a really uphill battle there against Jake King, just because it's Jake King. But Hoie versus Cappuccino for me is a huge toss-up, just given what we just saw from Cappuccino.
I'd certainly
I
like to see Cappuccino perform well. I don't want to say who I think would win, who I want to win, because I think I'd be happy with either player winning. You know, I love all the players in this tournament. But I definitely want to see it be at least the best of 3 because I want to see more games from Cappuccino.
All right, all right. I mean, I can respect that. I can respect
Darkness?
that.
I'm just happy to see some good games, some good tournaments here. Thinking about last year where we saw a lot of misplays, a lot of missed lethal in some tournaments. I like how the KARDS esport tournament scene at all evolved, and it's getting more competitive. I appreciate that overall.
Yeah.
I agree. It's really awesome to see, especially. I know I've not been around for quite as long as you have, Darkness, but you've been able to sort of see this seed grow from the start into a sapling, and hopefully soon a beautiful tree that you know, towers over other small trees.
I like this. I like this future vision, Bubbles. I like trees. I like them a lot.
Glad you like trees.
Thank you for comparing us to trees.
I like trees.
I like trees. All right, guys. Well, we're going to go to a quick break while we get the next match set up. It's going to be J King versus Tiger. While we are on the break, type give me stuff in chat, because when we're back, we're going to draw out a PPSH submachine gun for the table for someone. That's for the Soviets. So we'll see you right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be live with the semifinals just after this. And we are back here with the Officer Club Championship, and we are just about to jump on into the semifinals with Jay King taking on Tiger from China. Before we jump into this match, we're just a couple of minutes out. Who do you think is going to take this series, and what do you think we're going to see here in terms of the decks?
I think Jay King will take it. Not only because he's my teammate, but he's very experienced and he's the most successful OCC player at all. He participated in every single OCC, and that's better than everyone else, including myself. I dropped one. And he just has a lot of experience, and I think his Brit deck will do well. I want to see this here.
Yeah. Well, before we head on into the match, I'm going to roll for our PPSH giveaway here. Let's see who takes that one. It is Callan BZ. Congratulations to Callan.
I like Callan. That's a name I recognize. He's lovely. Shout out to Callan. Congrats.
All right, shout out to Callan. Congratulations. I will direct message you here on Twitch and add the PPSH table prop to your account. It looks like the players are just about ready to head on into the match. I've given them the green light, so we are just waiting for them to go.
So, Darkness, what decks do you expect them to bring round one? What decks are you expecting each person to see? What's the is it a mirror match? What is it?
Well, both are bringing RT. On top of that, Tiger is bringing German-US aggro and US-Soviet aggro with counteroffensive, while Jay King is having Japan-Germany aggro. This deck didn't work out for Berto in his matchup, but he's playing a Brit-Soviet control matchup, and personally, I want to see this control matchup. I think it has quite a lot of tools against aggro with bloody sickles, with guards and stuff, and control options. Well, you can't beat a perfect draw with an artillery or an aggro deck, but I think he's maybe a little bit favored here.
Sounds reasonable. I think I'd agree with that. I'm just hearing that they are having some issues, I believe, so hopefully it shouldn't take us too long to get into the game.
Yeah, it looks like they are restarting the client just to make sure that the challenge goes through appropriately. Sometimes the challenge system can be a little bit finicky when you're challenging players from China. If you drop a package or something in that process, it can kind of orphan that game and leave it so that it doesn't actually start. So, but we should be just a few moments out. They're back into the challenge screen. They're back into selecting their decks, and Jay King going directly to his deck with a top 16 World Championship card back for the flex.
This is the rarest. This is the rarest card back in this game. Only 16 people are able to use this 2020 top 16 card back. Of course, you want to show it.
Yeah.
And look at the cam. Jay King. Well, we can't see this.
I'm looking.
Oh no, I'm sad. I wanted to talk about his t-shirt. Well, you only see the black part. But
all right. Well, talent to stand up. Oh, he's doing it. He's doing it.
He's
there
doing the catwalk. Look at this. This is Team Ammo. This is
he's pointing at the wrong place.
Oh!
It's his name at the back.
Ooh.
Nice.
A little bit of a fashion show.
Yeah. How yeah. Nice. Congrats, guys. Those are awesome. Do you all have one?
I ordered all of these. I had some money left from the World Championship earning last year, and I sponsored a team t-shirt for every one of us.
Oh, so that's awesome,
right now, a lot of Team Ammo t-shirts are sent all over the world, to Canada, to Norway. I don't know what's the Norway,
yes.
To Norway, Every Big Band, to Russia, to Doggy, to Germany, to Canada, and for Canada, it was just the earliest one to arrive. My own one is still on the way.
You know, because Big Dog, we did hats a while back. We did some hats, and it didn't take long to arrive from Canada because Big Dog's in Canada. And it only took like a week or two from Canada to the UK. It was really, really fast.
I have one of those hats here.
You do have one of those hats. But yeah, Canada's shipping service is second to Iceland only, where you can just send them a picture and they'll get it to the right place.
Well, looking at this game, guys, we're on to turn number 5 here. There's a Catalina on board here for Tiger, and not a whole host of solutions for J-King right now.
Yeah, this Catalina is sort of, I don't know if it's underplayed, but it's certainly underappreciated. It's a very powerful card because not only does it have this draw ability, which is far stronger than just draw one card, but it also has this really, really well statted unit for what it costs. And it's a bomber, so you can just trade away things. This free attack, it can just clear honeys if it wants to, or he can just leave it there and sort of defend it up, and it should be fine. But I mean, look at this. It's so early on, and everything J-King puts down is just getting wiped off the face of the board.
Yeah, this is not looking very good for J-King. Although he has opportunities to deal with the Casrina, at least now, using 2 Bloody Sickles and the air power.
It's so expensive.
Getting rid of that Catalina was 4 cards. It was 3 Bloody Sickles and an air power. That's a lot of cards to take down one bomber.
It also took out a honey and generated some draw. Like, that thing did work. I don't like it in every deck ever, but in the decks it's good. It's good. It's really good. M4A1, super scary. If that thing gets buffed up, it could be a lot of trouble for J-King. He may struggle to find ways to deal with it. These hammers are not able to take it out due to its untargetable by enemy orders.
Yeah, the untargetable units, the M4A1, this is the biggest issue. If you buff this with counteroffensive to an 10-10 or 15-16 beast, there's no way to deal with this for J-King. So he's very happy to get maybe an opportunity to deal with this somehow. But look at that. The counteroffensive is coming in.
Oh my
10
lord.
damage.
Wow.
To be fair, J-King has carpet bombing, and he can kill the howitzer who's removing the guard, and may be able to trade with the M4A1, but currently it doesn't look very great.
That howitzer's ability is one of the most forgotten ones. Forgotten. People always forget that this thing can remove guard. The amount of times I've been like, my opponent has lethal, and then he misses it because he just doesn't realize he can remove guard. But when you do get to use and activate this ability to remove guard, it just eats away through things. You can sort of see J-King looking through the history feed there just to be like, that was what happened, right? I took a bunch of damage to face. It's so scary when it does work. And once again, the guard removed. These sort of C4 Highlanders were seen as one of the staples of guards when Breakthrough came out because they're just so powerful. But the US are just able to bypass it so well. 2 turns in a row now. This huge guard has done nothing, and it's really quite a scary position. I'd consider spy ringing just to try and get the US research for depth charges.
Yeah, it's nearly the only one thing left you can do. Well, he can rob a Grenadier Guard. Maybe this will help him survive a little bit longer. But the start of Tiger with an early M4A1 and a counteroffensive was too much for J-King. With that much guard removal and retreat, this didn't work out.
No, and a really I would say a really clever ordering there from Tiger to get past that first guard, sneak that 10 damage into the headquarters, using that howitzer to remove that guard from the C4 Highlanders. So a good play there. Now we're going into game number 2, and we're already loading into the battlefield, so no chill in this series, guys. And it's going to be 1-0 for Tiger here. J King, the most most successful cards players in the OCC history, not finding a good start here. But I just said he didn't find a good start, but my God, is that a good start?
War production, not what he needs, but honestly, that's fine. You've got the turn 1 Zukov. You can also put down a Greyhound if you want to. You can put down 10th Engineers. There is a lot of stuff here for J King.
I would like to see this, yeah. It's like he's using 5 credits turn 1 to deploy Cuban Cossacks, Greyhound, and the 10th Engineers, or moving Greyhound into the front. It's definitely a strong start.
So, Darkness, I have to ask, on behalf of chat and myself, will we be able to buy ammo shirts soon? Is there any potential for me buying myself a Berto Burrito shirt? Whether it has his name or his face across it, I don't mind. I've got to better support him.
I'm currently working on this, and you will be able to buy a Darkness for Gaming shirt with my logo very soon. But for Team Ammo and the merch, this wasn't big enough yet.
Sure. Well, the moment it becomes a thing, I want you to message me on Discord and link it to me so that I can get one.
All right, guys, I need your expertise here. I'm looking at the board, and both players have basically one card in hand for Tiger. And J King is kind of pondering how he should deal with this next play.
I'd move up the Greyhound and hit
the aircraft.
Hit the AA gun. You can't hit the anti-tank gun. That's what I would do.
Well, you can sacrifice this into ambush, but
you can do, but maybe not the best play. Certainly the most unexpected play, and there's something about doing what your opponents don't expect. Oh, and this Cossacks. J King needing some more draw. Definitely has the options to get it. If he finds himself a war production or a lesser of 2 evils. KV, not what he needs. There's the lesser of 2 evils.
Well,
now he just has to decide. Does he draw?
He needs to find a war production from here, though.
Well, he can tank 1 turn of damage. That's not the end of the world.
War production isn't even enough. He just needs to pass. So he needed the Katyusha as top deck at the start of turn 3 to deal with the Zukov buff with the 10th Engineers Battalion, but he would still leave an anti-tank gun in the back. Tiger, not having a lot of cards, but having the best cards possible right now to deal with J King. Additionally, getting the Greyhound, buffing the anti-tank gun, getting the easy trade here. This
you go
really
for the 50-50
hurts.
though. You can get if you get the Kyusha 50-50 onto the AT gun and put down the AA, that's certainly an option on how to play it. He's also thinking about putting down the Chaika just because it will survive something. No. Maybe not the entire turn. He can certainly kill it, but it's just a more survivable unit than others are.
I think J King should have dropped the Greyhound just to eat the anti-tank gun damage to be able to use Yura on 2 Soviet units next turn and trade most of it.
Oh, but look at this. Kyusha coming out. Tiger really finding what he needs and just really pressuring J King.
Is this the problem with the mirror matchup here, is that you really struggle to deal with it once the opponent has gotten a foothold on the board?
It's certainly one of the downsides. It's part of why this became so popular in this sort of deck. When this deck first started seeing play, this wasn't played as much. But then sort of your ability to swing games with the Zis is just so powerful that's why we see this played so often in favor of other cards.
Looks like J King here is setting up a turn where he can Yura and trade out the entire board.
But if there's a Yura for Tiger, it might not be enough. It depends what's in Tiger's hand, but he's on 12th house, and this is sort of getting down to this range where you feel like maybe I'm just dead. Maybe I don't even get to buff up my units and hit. He's not going to find it. Put down a howitzer.
But it's just still 7 more damage.
It's a lot
Or
of damage.
he's able to trade into the Jaika. Tiger right now considering dealing 4 damage or killing the Jaika. J King really needs both.
He needs a carpet bombing or a root out, but unfortunately those are impossible unless he breaks the game somehow.
Yeah.
So
He can trade with Yura. He can kill 2 units, but he needs to kill at least 4 units to survive for a nice amount of time.
Clear the front line, but like you say, they're surviving for 1 turn and then they're surviving for something significant. And I think his ability to survive 1 turn may not save him.
I mean, he definitely needs to get rid of those Cuban Cossacks, and taking out the Greyhound as well is taking 4 damage off the board, so that's going to deal more for him than taking out any one of those arties. He just has to cross his fingers right now and hope Tiger doesn't draw a buff card, because that's the only way that he just wins on this turn. Support line is full now, so maybe there is opportunity for J King to make a comeback here.
Got something he can play, I think. He's moved an arty up. He's just going to trade. Yeah, he's got
another
AA.
RT.
Ooh, gets the high roll.
Oh, this is becoming very difficult. Can't even Greyhound push the front line. You have to get the Kyusha 50-50. Otherwise, you're just going to sack your Greyhound into that. But that's really not what you want. Gonna get the 50-50.
He got it. He can drop 2 artilleries.
Yeah.
Without any buff, maybe he can survive the next round. But just dropping 3 artillery units with 4 artillery units on the field of Tiger, this is not looking well for J King.
There's so many ways as well that Tiger can finish this. He can find himself a KV, he can find himself a Zis, he can find himself as draw engines. Really, he has to get super, super unlucky to not win this game with how low J King is. He's gonna go for the trade.
Till now, Tiger was incredibly lucky, having great starts, very impressive openings. Let's see what he's top decking, what he's able to find. Will his luck continue? Or will J King be able to come back?
It's getting seriously close. He's taking out these artillery, which means this Greyhound can't take out as many units. He can use the Greyhound to take out the AA gun. Ooh.
Well, that's something.
That is something. He can take out 2 units still. But he can take out the Kyusha. He can use both Greyhounds to hit the Kyusha, and then he can use his anti-tank gun to take out his opponent's anti-tank gun. I think I'd favor killing the anti-tank gun than the howitzer. Even though it has less defense, it's going to one-shot your Greyhounds.
If J King comes back into this game is at the top of my list for the match of the day.
Same here.
That would be an insane comeback at this point, and you can see the focus in his eyes. He is willing the fact that Tiger does not have a Yura in hand. Like, he's like, no. He's using his mind power to change.
Even Yura wouldn't be enough. Yura would only be plus the howitzer 5 damage currently. That's not lethal. But we don't know. What is Hoie having? Maybe a war production. He didn't play it last turn anything. Maybe it's an expensive card like the KV, but he would have dropped this instantly, I believe. It's a Jaika. Tiger just top decked the Jaika. And what is his last card?
I think it's a supply chain. Because I think he's thinking, it's a Zest.
No, it's this. He's able to clear a lot with that.
He certainly is. And it's...
and the Patriot Firestorm
again.
Well, J King has to drop the KV now and is able to kill the anti-aircraft gun.
There's 4 damage on board, but I mean, every single card that Tiger is drawing is bringing him closer and closer to some sort of buff.
It
Yeah.
really is. And this is becoming scarier and scarier with each turn. We see J King getting little bits of hope, little bits of sort of opportunity, but then it's just too far behind.
Top deck. The tens.
Suspension. What's in Tiger's hand? You know, I realize it's
Another
not
howitzer.
it's not necessarily as good viewing for the viewers to not be able to see both hands, but God, does it make it more tense when they top deck that card and you don't know what's in there. He
If
knows
J King
he
attacks
can't
the
trade.
Chaika,
Yeah, I think he
he
has to draw.
he has to draw. The damage is not enough.
This
It's this.
can take out.
Oh,
Well,
he
if he
can take
wants,
out
he
the
can take
Chaika, he
out the
can take out
Tiger.
the
Yeah, the
the
replacement.
summoned airplane.
Which only reduces 1 damage though, and if he kills that Zist, it reduces 2 damage. So we might see him favor that. Can he lethal next go? Double Patriotic Eura, is that lethal?
If
these units both survive, that might be enough to blow out Tiger's HP pool with these double Patriotics into the Eura. He might better just finish him off.
He's so wondering what he should be taking off the board.
He's
I mean,
down to 1 on board.
and what is the top deck?
Well-
What is the top deck?
any buff is probably more than 1 damage.
Come on,
So
what is it?
clearing the front line is probably the smarter play here to maybe find something.
He hasn't
Crossing
played
his
it.
fingers,
He hasn't played it yet.
praying to his chosen faith, whatever that is.
Oh, it's
Oh,
a
and it's a
Chaika!
Another
Chaika!
Chaika.
So what's he gonna? Is he gonna go face or is he gonna trade? If he goes face, I think he loses.
Oh,
He's
He's
trading.
not going.
Okay, so he can do what? +2/+2.
7. He can do 10.
No!
No!
Oh no!
No!
Oh, it's just such a close game. And that's game. There's no way he can clear enough units on board to keep himself in the game.
Oh,
Gets him
and
down
that's
to
so
2 HP.
close. Oh, he needed 2 HP more for the KV to be the end of it. And J King falling against Tiger in the semifinals in such a close game. Wow, that game was exciting.
It really was.
Man.
I don't know what to say. That was that's so. Imagine
Tiger. Well,
just
J King
one
had
thing
a
different.
brilliant start, but Tiger's start was even better, able to deal with the turn 1 Cuban Cossacks and Greyhound and 10th Engineers Battalion by playing his own Cuban Cossacks. Anti-tank gun and Greyhound, he had way less card draw, but just the right cards. Able played like a god, but at the end it wasn't enough.
I think even
Very
with
sad.
J King losing right now, for me, that's the top contender for sort of top match of today. That was insanely close. I could feel it that game. I could feel sort of
Insanely
J
close,
King's sort of, you know, that when your opponent's drawn a card and you don't know what's in there and you're not sure if you're dead and you're just waiting and you're waiting. And that huge breath of relief that just, oh, thank God I have another turn, all building up. It was such a good game. Those are the sorts of games which I really love and that I live for. I absolutely live for those sort of games.
Yeah, definitely an intense one. And there we see it, Tiger securing his spot in the finals there. And we're going to be going into the second semifinal here, Hoie against Cappuccino, to figure out who's going to be facing off against Tiger in an all-Chinese finals this month in the OCC. So the Chinese coming out in style here like they did in the World Championship and really taking it to the Westerners. So I'm excited for this upcoming match here, and I'm also excited to keep seeing Tiger on into the finals. It's been a while since we've seen him in an OCC, but he's coming back with a vengeance right now.
Absolutely. And I think he played very well that game. Obviously, people can talk about luck and all this, but at the end of the day, the dice will land on what they land on. All you can do is play to the best of your ability and give it your absolute all. And I think he absolutely played splendid.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are going to go on to a quick break. While we are on the break, type give me stuff in chat. What should we give now?
Ooh, what should we give now? So what have you given away so far?
We've given out the Tonto. We've given out the NR40. We've given out the M3 trench knife. We've given out the PPSH. So we could do like
Have you done the commando knife?
No. The commando knife? Let's do that next. Yeah. Let's do that next. All right. During this break, type give me stuff in chat if you want to have a chance to win a commando knife. We will draw when we are back from the break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the second semifinal right after this. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. We are heading on into the second semifinal here between Hoie and Cappuccino, two Chinese competitors going at it here to figure out who's going to be facing off against Tiger in the finals. What, you were giving me some looks. What were you talking about? You're muted. I can't hear you, Darkness.
I'm muted.
Oh, there you go.
No, we're just giggling.
See,
Yeah. Sending each other some private messages.
Yeah.
Are you
talking
Well,
about
not that
you?
private.
Are you guys
Ollie,
talking about me?
You.
Let me see it. All right, you're both fired. No, I mean, I'm just joking. We're all friends
All
here.
right, we're out. Let's go.
All right. Well, I'm going to give the guys the green light, but before we head on into the game, we need to draw the winner for the Commando knife. So let's just get right to it right now. 3, 2, 1, roll it. And Vincent 19. Vincent 19, congratulations on the victory there. You have won a Commando knife. I will be in touch with you in just a couple of seconds. Now I'm going to give the players the green light to go on into the game. What are we going to see in this matchup? What decks are these guys going to be bringing?
Well, Hoie is bringing 2 aggro counter-offensive deck and artillery. One-time counter-offensive with Japan, one-time with US, main nation. Cappuccino is bringing artillery, counter-offensive with US Soviet, so both are nearly identical. But he's bringing a German Brit deck with control and discard, and I believe this control deck is quite strong against aggro. So I believe he will bring German Brit and artillery, and Hoie is
It's a mirror.
probably artillery and something else. Well, both started with Soviet artillery, and both don't have an amazing start. If you compare this to Tiger is much better because his draws were always amazing, phenomenal. Phenomenal. Thank you.
It's interesting. I don't think we've seen this matchup yet today. I think this is the first time we've seen an Artie Mirror matchup, although it might not be the last.
We did saw an Artie matchup.
No, we've seen a lot of it. So
he's making a joke, Darkness.
Okay. Sorry.
Both players having a pretty slow start here. However, there's a lot more. Not only are there a lot more cards in Cappuccino's hand, but he's also got a lot more draw potential in his hand. Huey's gonna have to draw into his draw cards. Did he qualify on his numbers account and is competing on his? Not that he's not allowed to, but he switched accounts for competing because he wanted his card backs.
Yes.
I'm like, wait, why did he switch accounts? Oh, he wanted all his spicy card backs for the tournament.
He should have this card back for every account. Maybe he's missing cards on his other account.
It might be cosmetics. He's got that lovely pistol down there. I don't think that's the default one for the Soviets.
And huge damage coming out here early on from Hoie, from
Huey.
From Hoie, yeah.
Yeah, from Hoie to Cappuccino.
We really need to get these players some pictures. Like, I love the Chinese community and fan base of this game. They seem really lovely. But please start submitting pictures for your OCC games because it spices it up so much better. It doesn't have to be you. You can take a picture of a dog or something. Just and it's something to use as reference.
Yes, having some pictures or a face cam is very nice to have.
Not getting the high roll there on the Katyusha.
Not getting the high roll. He's having a lot of cards, but Hoie is able to
but
deal a lot of
damage.
Face?
Yeah, you put down the Katyusha and you hit face with both, and that's so much damage. And then you have that Zis for lethal. I feel like you just go pure face.
If he's hitting the Katyusha proc, he's able to finish with this next turn.
But he has the Greyhound and all these ways of using this. I do think he should pressure face.
I would trade here. Artillery is very dangerous. Look how many cards Cappuccino has. With
That is
one or
true.
two
Yeah.
lucky war productions, he could have cleared the board and
Do you think you
having.
dropped Greyhound there for Huey? You just dropped Greyhound just to save yourself a credit next turn, or do you think you save it out of fear of getting killed by something? Because it could
I would
potentially
have
save you a credit.
I think I would have dropped Greyhound to save a credit. But Hoie turn 2, he didn't need turn 3. He didn't attack with his anti-aircraft gun to stay in the smoke screen, and he missed 3 damage with that. So this game could have been already more close than this.
There's so much pressure on Cappuccino. It's such a difficult scenario to find yourself in. You can even use your Greyhound to trade into that AT gun just because it has ambush. If that didn't have ambush, this would be a much easier scenario. And I think we're going to see Euro come out and just finish him off.
Yes, it's enough.
Very, very fast game. I think that might be the fastest Soviet mirror matchup we've had today.
I think so as well. And are we about to have a special guest on stream?
Oh.
We're coming back. Hello.
Oh.
Okay, you are on stream.
See, we like to have guests over for our stream. So, Hoie taking game number 1. Hello. We are into game number 2 here. Say hello to your incredibly supportive and amazing girlfriend, Darkness, and let's check out if Hoie can make it 2-0 or if Cappuccino can fight back and bite back here in game number 2.
Both players switch decks. So Tiger is not, Cappuccino is not bringing his artillery again yet, and he's facing.
Oh,
Lord.
turn 1! Oh,
there's
that's
like an
huge.
11% chance of getting this if you are having the 34th Infantry Regiment turn 1. But damn, this is a huge start. Turn 1 dropping 34th Infantry. This 1k infantry is having amazing stats, 220 operation cost, but this will discard a card off your deck. And these Alpine guys, 4 credits, 1 operation cost, 5/5, are having the ability, if this is removed from your deck, placed on the battlefield instead.
If we look in his hand of Cappuccino here, he does have those 10th engineers. So he can buff up these 32nd chocolate boys, and then he can trade with them very, very effectively into those mountain rifles.
He only needs to trade 1 with Bloody Signal.
Yes. However, gonna favor trading both. Now, I'm assuming why that is because if this 34th then trades into the engineers, he can finish it off with the Bloody Sickle. That'd certainly be my assumption on why he favors doing it that way.
Yeah, I believe that too. Hoie just drew an Winter Warfare, say this. That's a card, but Cappuccino already played 3. Oh. And there's a second one. He already played 3 of these chocolate infantry. They're amazing, but
I think you drop both Yamagatas and trade into the Kyusha and just set yourself up to have this really powerful front line next go. Now we'll probably see this 1st Marines push up to the front line, but I imagine we'll see Huey respond by doing Winter Warfare counteroffensive and making this huge unit and then pressuring this front line a little bit. We may.
And he can even play an 33 Recon to get additional card draw.
He doesn't have to trade with the one he buffs. He can play 1 again, and then he can play another Winter Warfare, trade with the smaller one, and push up the big one. And that way he has a 10-10 in the front line, and he gets more draw. Seeing him favor
that is
this
so
route,
strong.
And now he has a 10-10 in the front line. This can get half-tracked and delayed by a little bit, but there's no real way for Cappuccino to send this to his hand. How? Not this turn, no. Maybe in future turns. But I mean, it's you need it now. You can't wait for future turns because you're going to be taking so much damage.
You
And
really
he's just going
need
to
to
get the
drop something.
99th down.
He
Really,
just
yeah, you really wish you
he
had a
needs to
pattern
find something. Like with the Hellcat, with both units and Winter Warfare, he's able to deal 9 damage. To kill that beast, but he has to use everything. While Hoie is deploying even more units, and no, he moved it back to the front line because the half track sent this back to the.
So, I mentioned using dogs as their pictures, but I have to ask you now, Darkness, are you a dog person or a cat person?
A cat person.
So you're going to favor using cats over dogs as their profile pictures?
Well, I don't really mind. I
You
would
know what?
prefer cats, but
I feel like we need like a pets of the cards community section on our Discord where everybody can post their pets.
Oh, what? And then people can use their pets as their profile pictures in times of need.
No, just in general, sharing your pets. It's always fun to send someone a picture of your pet.
That's cool. But
yeah,
how
do
about
it, dude. Make one.
How about you getting an in-game cards profile?
Oh, the surrender.
Oh!
Surrender coming in.
I think he had to go feed his cat.
He could have traded and killed this frontline infantry, but he didn't have any follow-up after this, and there was already an arming and the first signal regiment ready. So I don't think there was a way to come back, and Cappuccino thought so too. Hoie winning 2-0 in this matchup, reaching the final against Tiger.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Hoie in the finals, but definitely not a stranger to the finals here. He's going to be facing off against his fellow countryman, Tiger. Before we go into the finals, however, we're going to have the third place match. That's going to be between J King 7 and Cappuccino. So, given that Cappuccino just got 2-0'd here, and given the decks that these guys are bringing, what are your predictions for that third place match?
I think decks aside, real fast, I think Cappuccino is going to struggle against J King just based on experience. J King has a lot of experience in these high competitive environments, and I think J King's going to be less affected by losing than Cappuccino might be. But for the decks, Darkness?
For the decks, both are playing artillery. J King is having Japan, Germany, but I don't think this is very strong. He's not running the counter-offensive version, and well, sure, he can burst Cappuccino's US Soviet deck down, but Cappuccino's bringing German Brit control too, and against artillery and against this control op, I don't think J King should use this Japan aggro deck, leaving him with artillery. Sure, artillery is never bad. I think both players are bringing artillery decks. Maybe we can see a mirror matchup here. I don't know. But I would assume J King will bring his Brit Soviet deck again, maybe a little bit luckier this time. And Cappuccino could, if he wants to target that, he should bring his control deck as well because it runs discard and it's a little bit more tech against control. But this is the state where the mind games begin. If Cappuccino is bringing more likely this control discard deck, maybe J King tries to rush him down with Japan. Not the greatest matchup against the US Soviet deck either. For match-wise, also these deck lists are looking very, very similar. it's very hard to play these because both player have like rock, paper, scissors. What you gotta do?
That's true.
Bring
Yeah.
rock every time. Never change. No matter how many times you bring rock, always bring rock again. That's the strat.
Well, we are about 5 minutes then away from this next match. We are going to go to a quick 3-minute break. Then when we come back, we are going to draw an M3 submachine gun for the USA table prop. So if you guys want that, type "give me stuff" in chat right now. So
I just got ramen.
Lucky you. Well, don't go anywhere. Type "give me stuff" in chat, and let's get that M3 submachine gun out before we head on into the third place match and see who takes their part of the prize pool, because whoever loses this match gets 0. Whoever wins gets $200. So don't move a muscle. We'll be right back after this 3-minute break.
Hmm?
and welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. My name is Oliver Trapsteinason, and I say that after every break just so that I can have the people at home try and say it, and I know that they fail. But we are now about to head on into the third place match. Before we go into that, however, we are going to be drawing the winner in the M3 submachine gun giveaway. Give me stuff in chat for anybody that's interested in that one. I also want to give a special shout out to Sinlike, also known as DJSF, for getting married the other day. Congratulations, my friend. He is a valued member of our community and streamer, so huge shout out to you. Hope you and the new wife are having an amazing time in that honeymoon period. So, but the players are about to be ready. We are ready to go on into the match. I'm going to give them the green light.
So I'd just like to file a complaint. During that break period, Ollie says, "Hey, Bubbles." So to which I naturally say, "Yeah," and then he says, "They can hear you." Why would you call my name if they can hear me, Ollie?
I don't know. Maybe I just like tricking you.
This was... Okay.
Anyway.
I almost got
think,
darkness as well.
Funny. I think that's funny. Well, and another thing, my girlfriend in this break, she asked me, like, I didn't hear from the team rating guys in a while. Are they dead?
I beg your pardon.
And I explained
Spoos
her,
was in this.
I explained her Innocent Bubbles is casting, Dynamo D is
Get
streaming,
the hat
Spoos
back
is
out,
streaming, and Spoos was participating in here, but she forgot his name, but she wanted to say, what is with Blue Blast? Where
it's a bit of a meme at this point. Blue's in the chat today.
Yeah,
but it is a little bit of a meme. You know, where's Blue Blast?
Shout out to Blue Blast. It's good to see him back around the community.
I like to think it happens around his day-to-day life.
Oh! All right, guys, let's go. We're into the game.
Oh my lord! And there's units everywhere.
There's not just units. There's a lot of units and a single card left in the hand for Cappuccino there.
It's turn one and he's one card in hand. Oh my god!
Not sure if good. I don't know.
It's an interesting strategy.
This is not the game for place 3. This is the final, right? No.
No. This is
third
for
place.
place 3.
Third
it's
place.
just the names on the right that are
okay.
wrong.
The names on the right are just wrong. Where's J King's face? I want to see his lovely webcam. Well, J King able to somehow deal with this, having 2 bloody sickles to kill at least 2 units. But Cappuccino he should bring the Greyhound to the front with a buff of 10th Engineers. He can deal 3 damage.
There you go.
And there he is. My boy J King wearing the Team Ammo shirt, about to play for $200 in this series. The winner gets the money, the loser gets nothing.
J King having a pretty good start here, able to control this early aggression. Obviously, there's counteroffensive in hand, and that could do a lot of work. But I mean, really, he needs an M4 Sherman from Cappuccino here. I think without an M4 Sherman, he's going to struggle to stay in this game.
Cappuccino needs Sherman or M4A1. Remember the game against Tiger, where he was lucky enough to get an early M4A1 buffed unit up.
That is true.
And just destroying J King here. Turn 4, C4 Cylinder, pretty good in this matchup, as long as Cappuccino is not finding any retreat mechanic.
Jasko, that is not what he needs at this point in the game.
But it's pretty strong, you know? Jasko is another unit who is able to get damage to make this Greyhound +8/+8.
It is. I'm just concerned that he's going to get that unit hammered and then lose with temper. Because there is this hammer sitting in J King's hand, and it almost feels like you can buff this unit to be really, really big. But then even so, you're just going to hammer it. Jaking's just going to hammer this. It's going to die.
Yes.
Not even waiting to see what he gets off the top of his deck, just insta-hammering it, taking the front line. That stops a Sherman play. This guy, I mean, there wasn't a Sherman play anyway, but it stops the potential for a Sherman play.
Another
Another counter-offensive.
Counter-offensive. Well, +4/+4 is definitely strong.
It's strong. It just feels like too little, too late. It feels like he had this amazing turn one where he got all these units out onto the board, but not able to follow up with the early aggression you'd really want.
But this is what J King made around this deck. He built this British Soviet control deck, and this deck should work to beat aggro and heavy anti-aggro decks. Well, we didn't saw any of these, but this is the purpose of this deck. And J King played this now, and he got this matchup, and he didn't got unlucky like against Tiger. So this matchup is working as expected from my point of view.
I've not played the matchup, so I will take your word for it, but this is very, very scary, and we may see a quick lethal with this Blackwatch. He's just going to surrender, tap out.
Even more dangerous is the Grenadier Guard. If J King is able to place the Grenadier Guard into the front line, there are no many options left.
Oh, I
for
just
the
meant
Soviet.
buffing up the guy with Fury because of the Blackwatch having Fury. You give it this synthetic rubber, and you can do 20 damage in one turn.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's
Delete your
a
opponent.
lovely finisher.
That's one of
and he
my
did have it
favorites.
in hand.
That's one of my favorites.
Is there the stream frozen or something? J King is not moving. The game is not moving at all.
What?
I think it's you.
I think
that's
it's you.
frozen.
Yeah.
It's
We're
me.
all moving about.
Yeah. There we go. We're into game number 2 now. Are you not able to see that, Darkness?
No, I'm not.
All right, then I guess I need to help you out, Bubbles, on a little casting here.
Is Darkness still behind? Okay, so
I'll be right back.
All right, well, we're into this game, and finally I get to cast, and it's going to be an Artie v. Artie mirror matchup. 2 war productions there in hand for J King early. Not what he wanted to see, but, you know, he could potentially get around it and play Lesser 2 Evils, discard 1, but finding more orders, that's not what he wants to see.
I think you could play the Lesser 2 Evils, because if you drop an AT gun or Kyusha, it just dies Vet Yak. You can drop a Lesser and discard either the supply chain, or you can discard one of those war productions. He's gonna go for the AT gun. It does set him up for the Kyusha next go. This Yak hits the AT gun, then you drop the Kyusha, but I don't think this is too great for J King. I think he'd be in better scenarios if it hadn't gone this way. He is going to get this Lesser of 2 Evils and supply chain in hand for Cappuccino. So the moment he wants to refill his hand, he can do. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him trade, take out the AT gun, and then drop the Chiker on board just like that and give himself a very strong footing. A 3rd war production for J King. You can see that he is not happy about that. It's really not what you want to find. You want one of these in your hand, and he's got 3 of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Having 3 of them, I mean, not just having 3 of them, having 0 units in hand. I mean, if he were to play 1 war production right now, he would discard his entire hand, Bubbles.
I kind of want to see him do it just for the
just for the memes.
For the memes, do it for the memes. So he really needs to start filtering through some of these orders. He needs to play Lesser of 2 Evils as soon as he can, put it onto those supply chains. He's got the Cuban Cossack, so if he finds Zhukov, it's useless. Now, he won't actually overdraw if he plays a war production, because he will discard most of his hand in the process. I almost feel like it's not a terrible option, but he could also play the Kyusha. If he plays a war production, he can use the Kyusha and hit it. But if he hits the Chiker, it will just hit back harder and kill the Kyusha. Gonna get rid of all that mess, get rid of it. But he can't find many more war productions. He's got 1 more possible in the deck. So it's sort of like this draw I'm stuck with for the rest of the game. I think we might see him get the Cossacks down into front line. We might see an AT gun come down. There's quite a few different options for Jaking, but as you can see, it's not an ideal scenario for him, and he's feeling a little bit, I don't know. He seems a bit disheartened by the start he had there, by the very unlucky top decks into all the war productions. So we can see Cappuccino got a lot of cards in hand and a lot of draw. He does have this Chica, which can do a lot of work this game. He can also drop the Zis and take up the anti-tank gun if he wants to. Puts him in a pretty good position from his point of view, but obviously we see that Jaking has the Kyushas. He really needs to get more presence down on the board. He has a fantastic hand. He has a huge hand, and he can go on for ages, but we need to see him dropping down these units and getting some trading going on, because otherwise you risk having this huge hand and no HQ to work it with.
Yeah, definitely. And Jaking now having a pretty interesting hand here, Lesser of Two Evils with the supply chain at 0 in hand. Giving him a pretty strong turn here. That
Katyusha coming out, taking out the Zis. What are you hoping for with your Cappuccino? You're hoping for what? Katyushas, Zises, anything with Blitz, really. Gets the KV down. It's a very nice and early KV. The earlier you can drop this KV down and be confident that it will survive, the better. The issue is, I'm not confident it will survive.
It won't.
He has the 10 and he has the Kyusha. He can buff both of them and hit both of them into that.
Yeah.
That's 6 damage exactly without proc.
That's such a huge combo for him to have there, and plays the other Greyhound as well, just to get more stuff out on the board. He knows that it's going to be really hard for Cappuccino to work his way back into this game, given the board state as it is, right? He's going to have to find some more productions. He's going to have to find some combos. He gets that Sukov there. That might draw him a Cuban Cossacks and allow him to trade into that front line. But he still has a lot of work to do, Cappuccino, if he wants to get back into this game.
Yes. Hold on. I'm just setting this thing up for dark. Does have the Kyusha. But even if he gets the Kyusha off, he's in a pretty rough scenario. Zukov finds him a Cuban Cossacks, lets him clear the front line. Such a swingy back and forth game. Now, really, if you're Jaking, you want a war production, but you've used 3 out of 4 of them already.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
That's good. That's the only thing what's still working with right now. But I'm able to see the match again.
Awesome.
And damn, what happened?
It's been a very back and forth. Currently ending in the situation we're in right now. Jaking got 3 war productions at once, and he had to play one of them and discard 2 war productions and a Euro all in one go. And it was pretty upsetting to see, but I think he made the right choice in scrapping them. He was more just holding on to them out of love for them rather than them being useful in that scenario.
Yeah.
Well, Jaking now is able to kill at least the Katyusha. The artillery units are mostly the dangerous part of this deck. And he can move the 10th Engineers Battalion to the front to kill the other 10th Engineers Battalion.
You can Cossacks or AT gun. He goes for the AT gun over the Cossacks. I think I like that play just because it's at less risk.
It's less risk, and you always want to drop the artillery units as long as you can protect them. And it's very hard for Cappuccino to kill these artillery units in the back. And sitting on this Euro,
AT gun, which has ambush, even if he buffs up his Chico or bloody sickles the anti-tank gun, he can't punch through that ambush to it. He has to go for the Kyusha and leave the anti-tank gun down on the board for possibly a second bloody sickle or a Kyusha or a Zis of his own.
Yeah, I mean, he's really struggling with the fact that he doesn't have a blitz unit in hand at the moment. Something like this would help him a lot in this situation. He would be able to like trade out the Chaika and then even blitz the Ishak that comes out of it. So, interesting to see what he does here.
Well, even this would be very expensive. He's definitely going to trade with one Patriotic Firestorm. He can trade in the backline, but he only needs the Greyhound Zero to be able to trade effectively. And dropping this Bomber on top of that, this really hurts Jaking. Well, he got the Cuban Cossacks, he got the Ura, but he misses one credit to drop the Chaika on top of it.
I think you
And
have to get
maybe-
the Chaika down, because if you
Yeah.
get the Chaika down, it stops that bomber. The fighter, is it the Ishak replacement? The Ishak can trade into the Yak and then sort of leave you vulnerable to the bomber. But if you drop the Chaika, when it dies, it replaces itself with the Ishak, and then you can still block that bomber. It essentially gives you 2 blockers for
Yeah.
1.
Well, maybe the best option here is to play the Yak, the Chaika, and Cuban Cossacks, but not moving the Cuban Cossacks to the front, just
Yeah.
leaving them in smokescreen and killing the Greyhound with the anti-tank gun.
You could use them to kill that, and then use your anti-tank gun to kill the
Cuban
the
Cossacks.
Cossacks, like you just
Yeah,
did.
I like this more. It's an even better play to
I think-
remove more units. Well, to be honest, he could have attacked into the 3-2 airplane to prevent the trade into the anti-tank gun, but leaving the Cuban Cossacks alive.
Wouldn't have been a terrible shout. Looking at Jaking's sort of finisher here, he has Euro to do a lot of damage, and we've seen him get rid of a lot of his discard sources with the war productions. However, he has this
Ay-ay-ay.
Yak on board. If the Yak survives, he could potentially get enough to sort of kill Cappuccino across the next sort of 2 turns. However, Cappuccino also having a really potent and scary hand. Gonna go for the trades, takes out the Yak, takes out the anti-tank gun, like you say, can take advantage of that ambush since he didn't set it up. Another supply chain. Like I said, he's used 3 war productions, so he can only have
Found
1 more in the
this.
deck.
No, Jaking, please trade.
Yeah, trade
Yeah.
first.
First,
Trade
and you can give
first.
it to the guy that comes in
There
after.
we
Oh,
go.
he heard us.
We're so smart,
Like-
guys.
Jaking is next door to darkness.
Well, there's only the Pacific
Thin,
Ocean in
very,
between
very
us.
thin walls. No, there is. For anyone that's confused, there is an ocean between them. They're not in the same house.
Just
is.
about 5,000 miles.
They're,
Just
they're
about.
definitely not. You know.
If you scream loud enough, maybe he'll hear darkness.
I don't
Maybe.
believe I can scream that loud.
All right, so this is going to be a huge turn here from Cappuccino, though. He's going to have to be playing both of those Patriotic Firestorms before he plays the War Production. That's going to then... No, he just plays one, actually. Interesting.
I think that's because he wanted to save the credits to play cards that he's going to draw with these supply chains.
Yeah,
You don't know
exactly.
what you're drawing. If you buff these Greyhounds again, there's nothing they can kill which they couldn't kill before. They can kill all these units with free attack. There's only need to buff them again if you're going face, and I highly doubt he wants to go face with these right now.
Yeah, but look at this card draw. Jaking is not happy about this.
And Jaking's sort of running out of options on draw. He's got less of 2 evils, but correct me if I'm wrong, Darkness, I don't think Jaking plays special delivery, so he can even use that to sort of refill his hand out of nowhere.
Yeah, he needs to find his last amount of card draw.
Oh, and he's having to play the supply chains into supply chains, Patriotic Firestorm. Really not what you need here if you're Jaking, and I think we might be seeing this go
It's
to a
desperate
1-1.
move.
Yeah, and I mean this is the thing. This is exactly what Cappuccino needed to get into the game. We talked about it earlier on. We talked about how the board was really developed from Jaking early on, and it would be hard for Cappuccino to win himself back into the game. But he got exactly what he needed. He got that combination of 6 or 7 zero-cost supply chains, absolutely allowing him to cycle through his deck, find the cards that he needs to make his way back into the game. So, good patience there, not getting overly kind of stressed out and making big mistakes there. Well played from Cappuccino here in, match point here. If he loses this game, he's out of the tournament and he walks away with nothing. So I can respect the guts showed by the newcomer here in the OCC.
Certainly a lot of
Jaking-
pressure.
Jaking attacking into the headquarter.
I was thinking to myself earlier, I think if Jaking takes game 1 against Cappuccino, then I think game 2 is going to be a stomp. And I was clearly wrong in thinking that, because he's put up a hell of a fight, and he's certainly sort of dug his feet into the ground and said, I'm standing my ground.
That's it. GG.
That is it. GG indeed. A huge amount of damage with the Eura. We've seen lots of Eura finishes, and it's just so much damage. +3, it's so much more effective.
Yeah, absolutely crazy game 2 there, tying up the series, and now we are down to game number 3. This is what we love to see, right? It all comes down to this. Cappuccino can't bring his Artie deck for game number 3, right? So if the Artie deck are if they are the strongest and most meta deck that they're being brought right now, J-King theoretically should have an advantage having won with another deck.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that winning game 1 and then losing game 2 puts you in a slightly better spot, which I think it should do, just because of deck knowledge. But whether that's enough to be able to capitalize on it and take it to sort of 3rd place instead of 4th place, because this is a pretty important game. Not as important as the finals, but the second most important game of the tournament. I think there's definitely the potential there. I'm interested to see how it goes.
And there we go. J-King bring his Soviets again. Look at that gorgeous NR40 knife there on the left-hand side. We gave out one of these earlier. So, you know what? After this series, let's give out another one of these. So give me stuff in chat.
Generous.
Yeah, and we'll give out one more NR40 knife, and we'll do the drawing for that when we come back from the break before the finals. So type "give me stuff" in chat, all one word, no space.
Turn 1 Zukov here. You know, I used to think that turn 1 pattern into all those little 2-1s was one of the strongest stats in the game, but I think it might be replaced by the turn 1 Zukov into Cuban Cossacks. It's such a powerful and consistent start. That it can just, it's so much pressure, this 3/3 0 op cost, and really what makes it is this 0 op cost.
Do you play a lesser of two evils here if you're J-King, or do you get the aircraft gun established? Because you
go AA gun. However,
this is a very difficult situation
winter
because
warfare.
he could attack, deal 3 damage, but Cappuccino could have 10th Engineers Battalion to trade 1 small unit into Cuban Cossacks, J-King losing his advantage here.
Yeah, and
there's the winter warfare.
Yeah, and that combo, I mean, also painful for J-King for sure.
Very, very painful.
However, J-King can refill his hand very well. He does have this lesser of two evils combo. But in Cappuccino's hand, we see on the right there, just sneaking, hiding, waiting to be used, this strategic bombing. This can be such a huge swing against Artie. Artie can sort of be like, well, he's used some winter warfare, so I can put all my units out, and then you just completely crush their hopes and dreams and just strategic bomb everything they have.
Oh, war production coming in there for J-King, and he's going to be happy to see that. Not happy to see the second one, though.
He's been seeing so many of these at the same time as each other, and it's really not what you want. We might see the Greyhound come down, and then the Patriotic Firestorm take him down to 0 credits, but then buff himself back up again.
But he only puts himself up to 2 credits, so he's only able to attack with one of the units.
He does, but you find potential to play one of your or your supply chains and find another credit buff. You can sort of go into it hoping that you'll find more. Gonna save the Greyhound, go for the buff.
As an anti-tank gun here, definitely a good play.
And I like saving all 3 of these 0k ones. There's not much he could find which he could use this ghost. There's not much point to playing them. You're better off saving them so that you can potentially discard them all if you do get another war production. It's a very sensible play. I know people think that this supply chain combo is a bit dumb, and whether you think it's balanced or not, it does take skill to use. And I know I'm going to get some flack for saying this, but when I see sort of not so competitive players use this card, they use it so wrong, and then you watch Jaking use it, and he uses it so perfectly. It does take skill to use.
And I mean, right now, a lot of pressure on Cappuccino to make something happen here, and I think this is actually pretty huge for him. I guess the good news here for J King is the fact that he has that Greyhound, and it'll only cost him 3 credits to move it up into the front line and take out that Katyusha. But I'm just looking at that strat bombing in Cappuccino's hand. Man, I'm scared of that strat bombing right now.
It's just lurking. It's just waiting for the perfect moment
Yeah.
to pounce on Jaking's support line and just clear everything he has.
Strategic bombing is like the key card playing US or US Soviet aggro with counteroffensive against artillery. Well, winter warfare can clear the 1 HP units, but strategic bombing can clear the entire backline, and it's mostly killing everything. This, on top of the board presence of Cappuccino here, it's looking very dangerous for J King.
It's so difficult to play around that strategic bombing as well. I think it's worth noting because there's one of it in this deck. You can't not play units because of it. So you're going to see Jaking drop everything here, and then it instantly just all get wiped.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, and it's kind of unfortunate there for J King, the fact that he got his units on turn 5. You know, he finally got the opportunity to build his board right before he runs into the strat bomb. And yeah, it's going to be a painful realization for him this turn.
You know, the one thing which I'm really glad about this is that we have J King's player camera. So the moment this strat bombing comes out, we can see the reaction from him. I'm waiting. And he's not playing it yet. He's saving it.
Yeah.
And he's celebrating.
Cappuccino is having the third Katyusha, the third buffed Katyusha to be able to deal with J King's artillery units.
I think that might have been a rhetorical celebration, a sort
Yeah.
of I knew it, I was right, you know, even though it's not a great situation, at least I was correct about the situation. And is he not going to Euro first? I think you have to Euro first. I don't see why you wouldn't. I get that you're not going to get to do much with it, but
if he Euros first, he doesn't have the credits he needs to cycle through these supply chains and potentially make a play off them. So I guess he's thinking that he would rather have an extra unit to attack with, potentially.
Sure.
But I mean, it's a tough spot. He has his back against the wall, and you know, this is not an envious spot here for J King to be in.
Is he going to 50-50? Or he's in a really... And the clock's going down.
Yeah, he needs to make up.
Clock MVP.
Needs to make up his mind.
I think you strat bombing now. And I think when you strat bomb, it might just be enough. I think you hit first. You leave that Greyhound in the front line. You hit with one of your Katyushas, take out the Chaika, spawn in the Ice Shack, and then strat bomb. But there are so many options in Cappuccino's hand. There's so many routes. And I think most of the routes we're looking at lead to Cappuccino's victory.
J King getting hit by the Katyusha proc 50% chance. He's not very lucky today. Hellcat is trading into the Greyhound, and Cappuccino just leaving this one single Chaika behind. It's a 1-1 airplane. It can't do a lot.
Yeah, KV1, that's not what he's looking for. Now, do you take that and trade out the Hellcat?
Hellcat, definitely.
Now, what's going to save J King here? Lesser of 2 evils? Is that going to be enough? Does he have to get a lesser of 2 evils into a war production and find a way to somehow, you know, take that single supply chain and make it 8? That costs nothing.
Here it comes.
Yeah, he need to find a massive combo with probably 2 lesser of 2 evils into war production to get at least 6 cards. Better 8.
I so want to see this strat bombing come out.
To have equal options, you know.
This anticipation is killing me. Please.
I mean,
Aw.
but
He
at the
doesn't
same
have
time,
to. I just want to see it.
exactly. Like the fact that he doesn't have to is also what makes this so scary. The fact that he's been able to hang on to that strap bombing now for 2 turns and still deal with the board state for J King is a testament to how much he's actually in the lead in this game.
And not going for the 50 proc into the counteroffensive, playing it a bit slow, which is perfectly fine in this scenario. That supply chain is really not what J King needs, but we'll see what he gets. Gets a Eura.
Sure. Well, that's something he can
Clear.
clear, and maybe that's enough to keep him in this game. But he lost his supply chain. That is.
But if he lowers the HP on his KV by too much, it will just die because this strap bombing, it's just waiting.
Yeah, you definitely trade into the 1st Marines with the Katyusha, trade with the KB1 into this chocolate infantry. Cappuccino.
Ooh, but could we see this turning for J King? If he gets some good RNG. No, he goes for the smart play, buffs up that. I think seeing the Jasko buff may have saved him from a rough scenario.
Oh, and another Katyusha. Wow, that's so close to being enough here for J King. If he had had both of those Katyushas in hand and the Eura, that would have been enough. So, man, a tough spot. And that Jasko mitigating the damage from the KV1 down to 1 each turn is also a huge thing. He just pulled the Sherman off the top. So if he wants to, J King's just gone. He's just not even in the frame.
Yeah.
Did the strap bomb come out and he just left?
J King knows he lost.
He's just.
Maybe someone's at that door?
He disappeared because he's calculating how low the odds were that he lost.
And there you see the reaction for the strap bomb that you've been waiting for the entire game. And a Sherman drawing more damage and more resources for Cappuccino. And it looks like we are going to be seeing a full Chinese top 3 here.
You know, it's not the most sportsmanship thing to do, but I almost would have liked to see Jake not come back there and just disappear. Oh, it's just 2 of us.
It's just 2 of us because Darkness is frozen. No, wait, he's not
frozen.
No, he's not.
I'm not frozen.
All right.
Frozen. Hey,
oh, you're a little frozen. You're a little frozen.
I'm a little frozen. I look very frozen.
There's a little bit.
Frozen
Elsa.
Darkness is better than no dark.
Can we call Darkness Elsa for the remainder of this broadcast? Is that too bad of a joke? Is that too long? Too big of a reach?
Oh, I'm moving.
I don't know if it's too bad, but I don't know if the fact that it's not too bad for deems you at all. I don't know. And I realize you have kids. You have kids, so they probably loved the movie and all that, but we shall sit here with grumpy faces as reaction.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at what the bracket looks like here. Just as a reminder, who are in the finals. That was our 3rd place match, and it's Cappuccino securing himself there in the 3rd place match against J King. So really well played by him there. This means that all the players that got into the money this month are from China.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, China is once again. I remember around the time of the World Championship, China was really, really dominant. And then it sort of afterwards slowly started going back to being more Western orientated with who's playing in these tournaments and who's competing in them. But China kicking back, and I like to see this. I like it when we have 2 different sorts of metas fighting against each other. And people say it's the same server. How do you have different metas develop? But it's the people you talk to, the time of day. You know, the Chinese players are playing at a completely different time zone to sort of Europeans and Americans, and they're talking to each other about it, and they're playing in their own little tournaments separate from the Western world because China has its own tournament style, which is great. Their own meta does develop, and I love it. I cannot express enough how much I love seeing 2 different metas clash against each other. It's so exciting to see. Obviously, there's a lot of Soviet artillery, but clearly they're doing something wow if they have all 3 money spots in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, there's one single drawback to the all Chinese finals that we have now, and that's the fact that we can't get a signal from Tiger. So we're gonna have to do these finals with one POV from Hoie. But that means you guys continue to get opportunities to earn your pay as experts. Show that you can read covered hands. This is like it's like casting a poker tournament where they don't show hole cards, right? It's basically what you're doing here. As a reminder to everybody that is watching, throw out a give me stuff in chat while we're on this break. And when we come back, we're gonna draw out. What was it we were gonna draw out?
Was it the Soviet knife?
Yeah, the NR40 knife. And I just saw that we broke 100 viewers on Twitch, so we're going to draw out 2 Soviet knives when we come back from this break. So don't go anywhere. It is the best out of 5 finals between Hoie and Tiger coming up next. It's China versus China here in the finals. Don't move a muscle. It all comes down to this. Hello and welcome back here. It is time for the grand finals here in this month's Officer Club Championship. These players have been on the ladder, grinding it all the way to the top. They've now made it past the best players in the game and made it to the finals. It is going to be Hoie versus Tiger here. Guys, what do you think of this matchup, and who do you think is going to take it?
That's a difficult question. Personally, I think Hoie is a little better prepared because of his experience. But if you're lucky in your draw and having a perfect start, experience is not going to win. We saw this with J King. I'm very sad about this, but this is a game. Sometimes it's just luck dependent, no matter how good you are, how well you're prepared. It comes down to this one little moment or this one draw, and you can take it or not. So I think both players are very equal here, Tiger and Hoie, since both are bringing 3 aggro decks as well. So very similar here too. I can't tell who could be favorite here. And I really hope to see some decent matchups.
Yep. Yeah, that's a great input there from Elsa, being frozen quite a bit. All right, Bubbles, what do you think?
You know, you got a whole lot of, not so much stats, but a whole lot of bits of information that may be useful to you working out who's going to win. I'm going to do 0 information prediction.
Okay.
Based on absolutely nothing whatsoever. Tiger, because I like his name. I think Tiger's a great name. So I'm going Tiger to win, purely based on that. What about yourself, Ollie? We've got a lot of predictions from me and Darkness, but not so much from you.
I'm gonna go with my boy Hoie. I think he has the more tournament experience there. Back up against the wall, best of 5 series. Have to win with all the decks. No room for mistakes. I think this might be a grueling series. I think Tiger's gonna give it his all, but I think Hoie is gonna take it home in the end. We're just about ready to head on into the match. While the players look to be loading into the match, and while you guys cast this one, I'm gonna draw out 2 of the NR40 knives for our chat here. Here we go.
The same guy.
Grand finals, Hoie versus Tiger. And unfortunately, we only got one POV, and we are getting this signal live all the way from China. So we do apologize for any type of lag that you might encounter here.
So there's often some confusion about people who aren't so familiar with the players and their names. Hoie is on the bottom and Tiger is on the top, just so that people know.
People can read.
They can do, but I see people getting confused about it. Darkness. I see people going, "Who's Tiger? Who's Hoie? Who's who?" So I just thought I'd, let people know, give them some.
That's fair.
Some context.
Well, Hoie is having an amazing start here, having the raw production, dropping Greyhound and the Yak 7, to have card draw the next turn, and he's able to trade into this howitzer. He drew Less of to Evil and another supply chain to activate the combo, and clearing the board, dominating the board presence very early on. Tiger found a Katyusha. He's able to trade into the X7, stopping the card draw. This is very important.
Okay, so Darkness, if you're Tiger here, what cards are you hoping to get to beat the sort of behemoth which is this Arty deck? Because this Arty deck is really something to fear, and we've seen these Arty come out from Tiger, the Katyusha, the howitzer, but what are you hoping to find personally to give yourselves the best chance of beating it?
I'm wondering why Hoie activated this one supply chain. I don't fully understand this move, but the best card to beat artillery, I think that's what you said.
What does Tiger need to help him beat this artillery deck, since it's such a scary deck?
He needs to find a couple of bloody sickles to be able to trade into the targets he wants. Maybe one or better two winter warfares to have AoE, and strategic bombing would help a lot, like we saw earlier. But look at that. Two 99th infantry regiments. I didn't even thought about that. But yeah, it's pretty strong. Amazing. He's able to send back 2 artillery units.
Doesn't
And
hit the 50-50 though. The Kyusha 50-50, really quite a deciding factor in a lot of these Kyusha versus Kyusha matchups. Not for who wins the game, but at least for who gets the tempo start. If Tiger can hit this 50-50 now, it's got to feel bad for Huey.
talking about tempo, he's moving 199th infantry
Oh,
up to the
Sherman.
front, and the Sherman coming in, the Cardwar. This is also very important. Controlling the front line with US infantry or any US units and getting the Cardwar value from Sherman. I think Tiger is in a pretty good position here to come back into this game.
So would you favor going for the Kyusha 50-50, or would you favor the 99th? Tigers favor the 99th. What would you have done? Do you think you would have pushed up as well, or do you think you'd rather have gone for the 50-50 play to kill one of these artillery?
I would like to see the other 4 cards of my hand for this decision, but maybe moving up another unit to the front line is more important.
I
It's
think I
hard.
have to agree. I think moving up, especially against these anti-tank guns, these infantry are so good at killing these anti-tank guns. They really just ignore the whole ambush aspect of it and just eat through them.
And we know he's running an counteroffensive deck. So with more units, or especially infantry units, easy to operate in the front line, the more targets you can use.
Oh, is that a
to
strat
set up.
bombing? Oh, it's a
It is.
huge strat bombing, completely wiping out Huey's tempo. This sort of anti-tank gun and Kyusha slowly picking off the units. We did see these units getting closer to dealing with his artillery, but he can just completely strat bombing and just wipe it all. Now, he can take out the 99th, but like you say, this is a counteroffensive deck. He could potentially just get off a huge counteroffensive soon.
Yeah,
and I think without using Yura, he's going to struggle to wipe out a big unit that's been buffed by counteroffensive. We have seen some Yura patriotics to kill these huge units that have been buffed, but it's not ideal compared to using Yura to obviously just completely one-shot your opponent.
the second Sherman is coming in, providing more Cardwar for Tiger.
There's no
he
anti-tank
really depends. No anti-tank gun, that's right. He really depends on this Cardwar, and he already got it. Finding a patrol, able to trade, clearing the entire board, leaving nothing behind for Hoie to operate. Well, he does have another CIS and the anti-aircraft gun, so he can attack twice, but this is not enough.
Do you drop the AT gun instead, or do you use the anti-aircraft gun to take out that, say, Kyusha, finish it off? Because
If
this anti-tank gun can trade into things more efficiently.
If you're going to trade right now, you have to use the anti-tank gun because of operation costs.
Sure. He's gonna go...
Optional, he could play... You know what? He could have... No, that's not
going for the single supply chain, and then just gonna go wide.
Dropped the 10th Engineers Battalion, played Pincer Blitz on this, killing with the buffed this, the Sherman, and trading the 10th Engineers Battalion into the Katyusha.
I like that. That's a pretty complex play. So they're not a bit confused by that. What he means is because this 10th Engineers cost 1 less, he can afford to drop this and give it Blitz and buff up the Zis and have the credits to attack with both of them so that he can kill the Kyusha and the Sherman. It's a little bit more advanced, so I completely missed that play, but actually I think that would have been a really, really strong and put himself in a real good position. Obviously, we don't have all the information because we can only see Huey's hand, but I think that may have been the correct move.
Yeah.
10-10. Huge counteroffensive. I think that's +8/+8, and he's just going to bring him down to 6. And there's not much here for Huey. he can Euro, he can tent, and he might be able to bring it down. But even if you bring it down, this is a really uncomfortable position to be in. You're on so little health, and there's so many things which can kill you. There's Kyushas in the deck, there's Greyhounds, there's counteroffensives. There's also just this Sherman on board. I think he's in a lot of trouble. And I think this may be game one to the US deck and not the staple artillery deck, which everyone has come to favor during this tournament. He can Eura, and then he can drop the 10th, and then he can give himself more credits and drop the 10th if he wants. Or he can trade both of them into the 10-9. But either way, you find yourself dead. He needs to find more credits. He needs to find another war production. Otherwise, he's definitely doomed.
He can kill the 99's infantry regiment, but the Sherman is still alive, and the Sherman will kill him.
There's more credits. Can he pull it?
Well, he needs
The
to find a
clock is
Patriotic
ticking.
Firestorm on top of that.
He's running out of time. I can't see
He
what
can
he's
drop the
drawing
tank.
anymore. There's a Zhukov. He could use a Zhukov. 10th plus Zhukov would do it.
10s plus 10s will do it. He can
Oh,
drop this,
the
kill
clock.
the
Oh
Sherman.
my lord.
Yes.
Finds himself.
Ow!
He's not in the best scenario ever. You know, there's a lot of things Tiger would have to finish him off. He could just have like a counteroffensive or something, but just finding the tools.
Okay, it's over.
Well, that was Hoie showing his prowess, even in defeat, you know, giving his absolute best. I think that was quite the game, if I don't say so myself.
That was just enough damage. If he would have played the 10th Engineer's Pincer move, killing the Sherman and the Katyusha, maybe this would have changed something. I don't know. We didn't saw the cards of Tiger.
I mean, he was also not far off from lethal there, right? One was at 7 attack, the other was at 6, so he was dealing 13 already, and he only needed 5 more damage there, right? So if he had found something like a Patriotic Firestorm or anything like that, he could have potentially just OTK'd him there.
There's definitely the potential. I think one of the main limiters for him was that sort of clock. He had to make these snap decisions, and I think we've not seen many decks come out yet which see the clock as a resource quite like this artillery deck. Obviously, there's a lot of decks and a lot of players that like to use all their time and think about it, but this one, you have to have played it before. You can sort of pick up this deck and just use it, but when it comes to these clutch scenarios, you're going to make the wrong decisions. Whereas if you're like Hoie or like Tiger, who's played the deck many, many times on ladder, you're going to know what to do in these split decisions, and your ability to not just think, but to think quickly really, really comes out on top.
And in this last turn where Hoie played so many cards, he played all of this, and these were more cards than, for example, Cappu played in this one turn where he missed the last 2 credits of his turn. So even if you're a top player, time is an issue with this deck if you're hitting this particular combo. Hoie executed this very well, but it wasn't just enough in game number 1.
I mean, I'm looking at this board state right now, and the hand here for Hoie. I mean, that Eura next turn is going to be 12 damage to face.
What are you talking about? He's having 4 credits next turn.
That's true. He has 4 credits.
It
correct.
would be that much damage to face if you had the credits.
Yes.
Mathematics.
Oh, he got the lesser of 2 evils. That's what he wanted. What he needed.
And he can just take out that Petnikov, and he can Euro next go if he wants to. That's what I meant. Him, and then he can go for the other one the turn after, depending on what Tiger finds. But we've sort of seen in these arty matchups, tempo is very, very important. And a player's ability to not only have tempo, but also keep tempo is a big defining factor on whether they win. I imagine we're just going to see him, smack face here. You Eura, you hit face for 12. It's so much damage.
With Eura, you can trade kill this Chaika because...
True, and then you still have lethal next go. That's true.
Because the damage on top of every hit is directly into the headquarter. That is one of the main reasons Yura is a strong card. You can not only buff your own units, but the extra damage is not lost. It's directly into the headquarter. So this card is a strong buff, allowing you to trade and pressure the headquarter, what makes this an incredibly strong card.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, multiple ways for Hoie to win here on
That's
next
game.
turn. Yep, that's just
game.
going to be
Yeah.
game. That's going to be enough. When you get the combo, the anti-tank gun, the 10th engineers, and the double Yura, it doesn't take long for you to whittle down that 20 HP HQ. And with that, Hoie ties us up in this grand finals 1-1. And we're off to a flying start, an exciting start here in this final series. Hopefully this will go a full 5 games. Also, as a benefit, both players have now won with their... No. It's just Hoie that's won with this Artie deck, right? It was the US. It was the US deck. Okay. So there's still one Artie deck in the pool, but soon we might have none, right?
That is a upside to people playing artillery, as they can't play it again. I think though, even people sort of meme on the artillery deck a bit about how non-versatile it is, and we're just seeing the same thing. But even when we're seeing the same deck over and over again, we're seeing very different games. We're seeing games where you Euro lethal people 5-6 turns in, or games where like J King's game where you sort of have this KV Zist and you're trying to lethal them at the end and it comes down to 2 HP. We're seeing a big variety in games even with the same deck. So I think that's interesting. Just worth noting.
I think it's a lot of variety in these games because it's pretty much draw dependent. If you have a great start with Zukov, raw production, you have the board dominance and can hold this pressure, killing everything who's the other one is bringing. If you're not having a great start, you're playing basically from behind with very low HP and stats units, making this even harder.
Huey has 3 Winter Warfare.
Yeah.
This is a lot of AoE to fight Artie, and it's what you need, really. When you're bringing Jagro against Artie, or especially Japan Soviet, you're kind of relying on using your AoE and sickles to get you through these Artie until you can counteroffensive a huge unit and just use that to end the game.
Really?
Does have the counteroffensive in hand.
Ollie is not having a stroke, he's speaking Icelandish.
Oh, I assumed they couldn't hear him. So yeah, we have this counteroffensive in hand for Huey. I feel like if he can get Winter Warfare counteroffensive, he can buff up that recon like we were talking about earlier, and I think that could potentially be a lot of damage. It could also be a lot of draw. There's some real potential for getting this huge unit in the front line. But we have seen some Euro Patriotic Firestorms in combination with cards that have Blitz, like the Kyusha or the Cuban Cossacks, to kind of clear this huge counteroffensive unit. Pelikov coming down.
So Pelikov, this bomber. Well, there are not a lot of deployment effect units, but this is definitely an strong unit, and Hoie needs to take this bomber out.
Oh,
so,
look at this, though.
Yeah.
This is a huge, huge buff. And he finds himself the second counteroffensive. He's going to just smack aside that bomber, throw it away, get rid of this. Huge 9-9 recon. And I think with the second Winter Warfare and second counteroffensive, he could have lethal next go. I don't want to say it's definite, but there's the potential for a lethal next turn.
Maybe he could have attacked into the headquarter because the operation cost of this bomber is 2 credits. I don't believe Tiger would be able to make use of this very effectively. Well, with Patriot Firestorm, this could be possible, but Hura, for example, is too much. This is 3 credits order
Can
to
10th
operation cost.
engineers, he can use that. That's one of his key buffs he's going to need, because that sort of
Yeah.
distracts you from hitting the HQ. You think to yourself, I want to kill these engineers. But if he has lethal next go, then none of this matters. And I think that's game, right? Yeah, that's game.
Or this will be an amazing Winter Warfare counter-offensive combo.
Oh, this is going to be huge. This unit is going to be giant, and it's just, if he hits base here, he just destroys the HQ. He's got 2 units, both hitting for over 9, one for 9, one for 10,
9.
and just
GG.
yeah.
Wow!
The power of counter-offensive.
Wow! Out of nowhere as well, just counter-offensive. I mean, counter-offensive is such a good name for that ability, to be honest, because it really punishes you if you go on the offensive and develop the board, right? And that's exactly what happened there. Develop the board out against the counter-offensive deck, boom, you're punished.
You know what else happened there? Ollie, we hit you.
You heard me?
You were talking very loud.
The stream didn't hear me. The stream didn't hear me, sorry. But you heard me. I apologize for interrupting your cast, though.
That is right.
All right. Well, it's 2-1 now for Hoie. As we head on into game number 4, are we going to be taking it to the 5th and final match here?
I kind of hope so. I always like best of 5 going to game 5. It's just more exciting. It's sort of more tense, that 5th game. The players generally know what deck each other are bringing at that point, and there's just a lot on the line in that one game.
Well, looking at Hui's start, he just revealed an Awoken Giant and Bloody Sickle. This means he's very well prepared against aggro. And maybe this is enough.
Winter Warfare. If he finds himself a second Winter Warfare, he might better AoE clear the board, right?
Well, you will not use this against Greyhounds only. You will target...
Oh yeah, you save it for later when there's artillery on the board and these sort of 10th engineers that have just come down. But it definitely has potential. We might see a Bloody Sickle into Awoken Giant come out here.
You can use this right now, playing Winter Warfare, playing Awoken Giant, and maybe Bloody Sickle on top of that.
If he Bloody Sickles the support line one, it means he's going for the Winter Warfare play.
Yeah.
But he wants to see what he draws
first. Oh, and the
strategic bombing.
Gets the Awoken Giant off. If you can proc the draw on this Awoken Giant, it's a really, really efficient card. 2 damage and draw a card. It's more efficient than Bloody Sickle if you can get the proc off. Obviously, it's limited because it's only units in the front line, and you only get the draw if you do kill a unit. But it has so much potential when it works, and it can just completely shut down aggro decks.
The C's coming out here naked, not even making use.
Just gonna die.
Wow, that's not a good sign here for Tiger.
It's really not.
Tiger needs to refill his hand and quickly. But even if he refills his hand, I think he's gonna need to do it multiple times because your first refill is gonna get strategic bombed. There's the lesser of 2 evils. Hopefully for him, he's looking for the supply chain. If he doesn't have it, he's in a world of trouble.
Looks like he doesn't have it. I mean, you're not that. Don't take that long to select the single supply chain. So he's debating, and it's a patriotic firestorm. War production. I mean, coming out, he would have lost, the patriotic firestorm anyway. So not the end of the world. Gets rid of that buffed Katyusha.
Not the end of the world. Maybe for you, but for Tiger, he's only having 1 card left.
Yeah, I'm less fussed about what he discarded, but more fussed about the fact that it's not a supply chain. It doesn't really matter what it was unless it was a supply chain. Just the fact that he's not discarding his draw engine is really, really bad for him. And that, saying that he's not discarded his draw engine is bad is the weirdest sentence I've ever said.
That's true. He does get a good clear off here, though, but look at his hand. It is empty. We definitely don't have his POV, but even if we did, it would still show nothing because there are 0 cards in his hand right now. And there's still a strat bomb here for Hoie if he wants it to deal with any type of board refill like you talk about, Bubbles.
Yeah, I think it's a really difficult scenario for Tiger. I know we wanted to see this go to a game 5, but just judging off the current state of the game, I have my doubts. Even if he drops another unit like this, I think he just dropped the strat bomb here. I think you say,
Yeah.
okay, well, that's great.
Yeah.
I'm happy for you. You got these units on board. Off they go.
Yeah, and I mean, no type of like aggressive single card hand refill in the deck there. And what we've seen here from this series is Tiger really struggling on that Soviet Arty deck, right? The deck that we've seen be the first choice for players throughout the entire day, kind of being the downfall here. Not really finding the cards he needs to make it work against these powerful decks and powerful play here from Hoie.
No, I really like not using the Hellcat to kill the Kyushu there. It's sort of bait that a lot of players would fall into, but if you count your credits carefully, I think it's the right play. And discarding, using the supply chain, I think you really should be saving it there and praying that you get something to discard.
You need to hold the supply chain to find Lesser of Two Evil, maybe multiple times with raw production to fill your hand again, and only getting one card raw anti-tank gun will not help you here.
I mean, I feel like yeah, you kind of just have to pray and hope that your opponent doesn't find what he needs to end it. But picking up 2 counteroffensives here, only 1 damaged unit on the field at the moment, though. 2 now.
Yes, make it 2. But again, clearing the support line, and he's able to casually buff an M4A1 to 8/8 into the front line. Tiger only drawing 1 single card. It's a bomber. And the additionally card raw from Kastrina coming in.
Yeah, that
GG is called from Tiger.
And I think that's an accurate GG with that Hellcat there waiting in the wings. That's going to be enough here for Hoie to take game number 4 and win this series 3-1. Hoie is our Officer Club champion for this month, and Team China coming in strong, taking the first 3 places. Congratulations to our participants. Congratulations to Tiger for making it back into the OCC after a big long while and making it all the way to the finals. And the same can be said for Hoie. Congratulations to Hoie for getting to the point where he is now again an OCC champion.
Congrats indeed, Hoie coming out, and he beat some very, very strong players to get here. He beat Berto in round 1, beat Tiger in the finals, and he beat Cappuccino. And while Cappuccino's not proved himself, Cappuccino did take out J-King and did play really, really well today. I think he certainly hasn't had an easy walk to get to these finals and to win them, but I think he played really, really well and well deserved. So well played to Hoie and the other players.
Yeah, congratulations to our participants. If you are a fan of tournaments, we have plenty of good stuff coming your way. Before we end this broadcast, should I spoil what I spoiled for you guys before we went live to the rest of the guys?
I don't remember what that was, so yes.
Okay, all right. So keep an eye out over the coming couple of weeks because we are going to be updating the format for the Officer Club Championship. We're going to be expanding the player pool that gets to compete off the ladder. So the top 36 players are going to be competing in the OCC. The top 4 are going to make it all the way to the quarters right off the bat. So a lot is on the line to make it to the top 4 on the ladder. The following 32 players are then going to face off to find out who are the 4 players that are going to be joining those top 4 in the final 8 battle. So this is going to be an update to our OCC format. This is going to give us more storyline, and we're also going to be doing a complete overhaul on our production, getting in a bigger and better casting team, and overall elevating the OCC to new heights. So we are absolutely thrilled to have you all a part of that, and we thank you so much for joining us. Any final words, Darkness and Bubbles?
Since when? Since next month, or?
Yes.
Okay.
That is awesome. I'm super excited. Go on. Sorry, Douglas. I didn't mean to.
Thank you very much for having us today here, Ollie. It was a pleasure to cast and a lot of fun, definitely, to see this tournament. I'm excited to see the next one, and I'm interested how this will be solved.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Oh, my voice. I'm losing it. I've gone all croaky. Yeah, I'm super excited. Thanks for having us here. I always enjoy casting with you guys, and thank you to the fans for watching. You guys make this possible, and you guys are why we do it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us here today. This show would be just filled with nonsense coming out of me if it wasn't for you. So I appreciate you lending me your brains and expertise here. But from myself, my name is Olikrummi, and I've been your host here today. Thank you so much for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed this Officer Club Championship. Congratulations to Hoie, Tiger, and Cappuccino for their